X-Men. Is everybody here? All right then. I'm spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I wanna be a part of it. New York, New York. Yes, sir. These vagabond shoes. I'm longing to stray and step around the heart of it. New York.
These guys aren't bad.
Hello. How you doing? Hope everybody doing good. Hi Jade. Hi Linen. Hi Rex. Hi AG. Everybody has a good and solid grasp on their Monday. I hope everyone is thriving, if not only surviving. I hope you are also thriving. And yeah, thank you all for being here. It always means a lot to me. Even if it's just at the start, even if it's just to say hi, and then you got a vamonos. I appreciate you taking the time out of it to be like, hey, I'm gonna go say hi to guys. That means something. You're experiencing every Janet Jackson song ever, like at once, because that sounds like that would be overstimming as all hell. Or do you just have like a massive Janet Jackson playlist? What is that? What do you? Oh, I hope it's the latter, not the former, and I hope you're enjoying yourself. You grasp nothing. What's up, Lennon? You have a question? I'm listening to each album all the way through one by one. Oh, what made you want to do that? But yes, what is your question, Lennon? I will do my best to answer. Also, look at my little... Uh-oh. Look at my little broccoli dragon. Him. I just got him from an achievement, from having so many pets. I got a little broccoli dragon. What's my favorite? That was a cool intro. Oh, thank you. What's my favorite hypothetical? Like, of all hypotheticals? I've never, ever thought about that. So I don't think I have one. I've never, ever thought about that. Living bonsai tree. Well, a lot of them are alive. A lot of them are fake because people don't know how to keep them alive because they're very tricky. If I had to pick a favorite hypothetical. I like when you ask somebody if they could have a thing from a list, but like obviously there's like restrictions on it. So my favorite thing for a lot of questions is, what would you pick as one spell that you could use from like the D&D 5e book, but it can't be above like 2nd level and it still has restrictions. So it's like you could have any cantrip that you wanted, and you could cast that shit all day, or you could have any level 1 spell, and you could only cast that like twice a day, and then you could have any level. Well, no, I don't want to go level 2. Level 2 is too high. So I'd say you could have any cantrip you wanted, cast that shit all day as much as you want, or any level 1 spell, and you could only cast it once a long rest. That's that. I like that one because I like to see what people can be like creative and interesting with cantrips. Like somebody being like, well, I would use create and destroy water, and then I would just like solve problems, or I would use like, you know, prestidigitation and never have to clean my house again. Just prestidigitate as I'm walking around and my house would always be clean. Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of people might be like, oh, I'm going to learn how to cast firebolt. I'm like, all right, but like if you're not very smart, your firebolts are going to be like throwing a handful of ash at someone and you still have to hit. Yeah, I think prestidigitation is a good one. I think there's also some other good level 1 ones where, like, if you think about like trying to just make money off of a cantrip, you could just be like, I'm gonna run a cleaning service and prestidigitate people's houses in like 10 minutes. The kind of person that end up burning down your goddamn house. Yeah, something like that. How would you an orange? Is it intentionally meant to not sound like you're asking a real question? You're trying to just like make people solve the riddle of your sentence? Yeah? Ah. Ice. I gotta fight this boss before he disappear. Wop, wop. Well, very much. Fair enough. Yeah, that's probably... I like to do things where I give people, like, a list of options and then, you know, see if they can be interesting with it and do something that I never would have thought of. But, like, you know, within a set of rules. So when you ask people, like, what superpower would you have? They could just, like, make up a superpower. And, or, like, you know, they'll start bullshitting some stuff. Is Featherfall one? I don't know. You'd have to go check if that's a level 1 spell. Pretty sure it's not a cantrip, but I could be wrong. You ever eat an orange under running water? I like am I under the running water, or is the orange under the running water and I'm biting into it while it's underwater? Am I getting waterboarded while trying to eat my orange? There was multiple parts of that question, Lynn. Shower orange. I've never eaten in the shower ever. That sounds terrible. I am not a shower eater, no. I don't think I'd ever want to do that.
I'm running through a crypto mine with a big
Ass magnet. Woo! Hi, Gravy.
Your internet money, you dumb
Wait, I should go to the government fair and get my
Fuck your
rep.
monkeys, fuck your lions,
lions,
fuck them
fuck
all,
'em all.
and fuck you, Elon Musk. Woo!
I have one. If you could instantly master one style of dance, what would it be? Not even a shower beer? I don't drink beer, so no. I am not a beer drinker. I don't like alcohol. One style of dance. Capoeira. That counts, right? But then I'd master it, but would I be in shape? That's a question. Is the dance a dance where I would then be in shape from being a master of said style of dance? Or would I try to do the dance and be out of shape and get tired? That's important. That's important to this question. That sounds gross. Shower beer? I guess it depends. I think if you're like, if you're raising your body temperature while drinking. I think that maybe gets you drunk better. You have perfect technique with that dance, but you still have the same level of fitness. Oh, then maybe capoeira wouldn't be. Maybe capoeira wouldn't be good for me. No, you know what? I'd still take it. I'd still take it because then I could like use it as a springboard to have like an exercise routine. I guess any kind of dance. People not know about shower beer. I don't think a lot of people shower beer. No, I think that the people that do shower beer know about it, and the people that don't shower beer don't know about it and are like, "That's gross." Were your 20s bad? I think a lot of people's 20s were bad when you look back on them. I know my diet when I was in college is pretty terrible. I mean, do you still regularly shower beer? Because then maybe. Oh, wait. Wait, do I got another one in me? Wait, I think I got a third one coming. Wait. No, it's good. All right, we're fine. You don't drink? Oh. Well, then, no, I mean, maybe it was bad. Oh, thank you for following, AG. What kind of you? You upgraded to shower oranges? Shower oranges with a shot of shower vodka, like a shower corkscrew. Thank you, AG. Very kind of you. Oh wait, no, I gotta get on to merry-go-round for the bonus. Here's the tickets. Thank you. And sell the junk. Gotta ride the merry-go-round to get bonus. Whee! Shower screwdriver, yeah. There's very few jokes that stick with me as like actually kind of funny from Big Bang Theory, but Sheldon asking Penny when she was learning to bartend for a virgin corkscrew instead of an orange juice is pretty good. Bare-handed fruit massacre. You're just in there. Do you even peel it or do you rip it open with your teeth? Like how bad are we talking here? Are you in the shower to contain the orange viscera? Is that what you need to do? Like a virgin corkscrew for the very first time. Hey, Anu Pet! Thank you for the raid! How was your stream? I'm sorry I didn't pop in today. It was kind of busy. I almost raided into Anu Pet instead of shouting them out. Anu. What were you doing today? He eats fruit like a wild monkey under a waterfall. You know what? Sometimes you got to. Sometimes that's what you need. Like your body needs the experience of just like returning to monkey. I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with that, as long as you know how to contain it. Spiritual experience. Yeah. That's it. Spiritual. But thank you, Anupet. And I know it's late for you, so if you need to vominos, if you got D&D or something to run off and do, I understand. Final Fantasy VIII, then Diamond Valley. What's Diamond Valley? Is Diamond Valley in Red Dead? I'm sorry if I don't know. I don't know if I know the server name. You do have D&D? Well, I hope you have fun with your D&D. Wait, why does it say Shadowlands Fishing? Why does it give it Lands Fishing? Oh, it's because my regular fishing is max. Right. Because they wouldn't be able to give me more. Fishing skills. Red Dead 2 RP. Okay, that's what it. Okay, I wasn't sure. Kazlagar fishing, Dragon Isle fishing. Okay, Shadowlands is only 1 out of 200. All right, I'll take it. Wouldn't the shower water ruin the taste of the orange? Not if you eat it fast enough. Not if you're just like rip it open, you're like, and you get it all in there before the water can hit it. You have to shield it with your body like a caveman. All right, sorry, I got another quest back here to grab. Grab this. Let's look our jewel crafting. Thank you. I'll help you catch him. All right, I caught him. That was easy. What's wrong with you, child? What I would really be worried about if I was eating things in the shower is anything that has any sort of sauce. Anything that's like got stuff on it that can, you know, be washed off. If it's self-contained, like the orange contains most of the juice in the skin. You're not worried about the flavor of the orange getting washed off for the most part, because inside the orange is those little orange juice pods. I don't know if anybody's ever like cut open an orange or like dissected it and looked at what it looks like inside, but like an orange slice just contains like 100 little tiny juice, like little bubbles, and that's the stuff that contains all the flavor. So as long as that's not popped, you probably don't have to worry about washing it. Go try hot peppers in the shower. Oh yeah, don't. Well, you can try hot peppers in the shower. Just don't get the Scoville juice on your fingies. Yeah, the juice pods. So like if you or anatomy of an orange. I don't want your AI overview. Get that shit away from me. It's apparent they're called juice. They're literally apparently just called juice sacks. Call them susses, an orange slice. Well, I'm just looking at this anatomy thing on citrusandlife.com. Parts of citrus fruit. Got the exocarp, which is the orange part of the peel. And then you've got the wall, which is the white part. Then you've got the endocarp, which is the orange part inside. Then you've got the albedo, which is apparently the white part on the outside, inside of the peel. And then inside the endocarp is the juice sac. No, like Dr. Seuss. Oh. Right now. No, you gotta wait. Gotta wait like half an hour. Ew. I mean, we don't normally call them that, right? You just call it an orange slice as a whole, and then you just munch it. But no, the little bits inside are apparently called juice sacks. Yeah. And as long as those aren't popped, you still get all the sweet juice inside. You're filled with juice sacks. I feel like we all are. I feel like we're all just a big juice sack. All right. While I'm running around doing nothing, is there anything you guys want to talk about, or can I pop on some WoW content creator videos? Because, you know, I love talking with you guys more. 60%, baby. HRT, get that shit up to like 75%. We need a couple of big juice sacks on the front there. Get those juice sacks up. Sorry, I'm making funny jokes because I have transgender friends. HRT needs more juice sacks. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I don't have my tokens on me. Damn it. What did I walk in on? Oh, okay. Yeah, no. They'd only give you 800 cc's. Is that including the horse piss? I don't know. Are you HRT maxing with horse piss?
That medicine's not for you.
Come on, Marge. Maybe I'm not getting enough.
Getting enough.
Estrogen.
Give me that.
And horse piss. Where am I? They in here? Oh. Robert, where are my Dark Moon Fair coins? Did I throw them out? Oh, here we are. Game token. A dummy. You're into synthetic? Synthetic horse piss? Damn, that's next level. So, like, are the horses synthetic or what? Are they like robot horses? Next time you're eating an orange, people are trying to offer them some of your juice sack with a straight face. Or like you bite into it and it makes them something like, oh, sorry, I popped my juice sacks. Guess the horses are synthetic. Oh, okay. See, that's the kind of AI I can get behind. Artificial horses making our artificial horse piss to help our transgender friends. Expect chaos. I mean, to an extent. To an extent. You know what? Same. Yeah. Not all AI is evil. Some of it helps transgender people get big badonkadonks. Or a singular large badonkadonk, depending on which direction they're trying to go in. I hope the best for all of them. Oh. Every time, like, I feel like I'm being annoying to the internet, but like I keep seeing people dunking on the other people they don't like with shitty art memes, and I look at it and I go, God, guys, I appreciate the attempt here at humor, but could you stop using shitty AI art to make your meme, your throwaway kind of bad memes? Please. If someone for real made a robot horse that ran on horse AI, I wouldn't complain. Yeah, I mean, it needs to be like a horse though, not a vehicle. Well, I think there needs to be rules, but what if there was like horse racing, but like battle bots? Like you don't put a jockey on there. You just design a horse that is a robot that can run, and it needs to run in the standard gait and momentum of a horse, but it can't it can't like use wheels, it can't use like a jet engine for propulsion. It just has to be like, you need to make this thing run as fast as possible. It also still needs to be able to take turns. You need to make a turn around the course, and you could do other shit to it, but you can't it can't use a gun to shoot the other horses or anything crazy like that. It's just a contest of like, what if it was like everybody was making the no, that's ethically questionable. They must be free range. No, I want Boston Dynamic horse racing. I want Boston Dynamic horse racing. You want Horizon Zero Dawn horses. You Googled robot horse? Right, cool. But I want them to race them. I want Boston Dynamic horse racing. Can I make a robot llama and teach it to drive? I mean, can you? Are you asking me if it's ethically acceptable? Sure. But I don't know if you can. That might be up to you. You do want... Yes, I want Horizon Zero Dawn horse racing. Or horses. Nice. All right, I'm gonna do a couple of these other easy ones, and I want to see if I can get more tickets, because I almost haven't. I'm getting close to getting my Zeppelin. Off-road robo horse. I could see that being cool, but you said you want them to be wild. So, like, what determines their AI? What is their survival mandate? Are they going to go around and just start horse kicking humans everywhere they see them? Are they going to move into cities and have no fear of man? Like, what is the agenda for the robot horses here? Kawasaki Corleo concept, that's the name. That's cool, and I hope they start racing them. That's cool. I didn't have this opinion before the stream started, but now I am this is my dream. Get rid of greyhounds and greyhound racing. Get rid of horses and horse racing. End all that animal cruelty. Fucking get the guys that make battle bots and Boston Dynamics together and just start doing horse racing with robots. That's what I want. I forgot to get my prize from this guy. Thank you. Anyone here really which want to buy? Want to buy a few and let's get together. Honestly, I feel like if I became a super rich like streamer, like making like millions of dollars a year, I would start investing in dumb shit like that. I would enjoy being on the same level of stupid projects as Mr. Beast, but not in a way that like fucks with the world. I would just be doing dumb shit on my own YouTube channel. And then anytime I did something stupid, they would just be like, and all of the, like half of the, whatever. I would cover costs with ad revenue, and then anything extra would be donated to an appropriate charity related to that thing. So like if I made a video about Boston Dynamics horse racing, all of the excess money would go to like a horse rescue foundation or repopulating wild horses or something like that. You ordering 4 and calling friends. If I did one where it was like, if it was like, I don't know, we're gonna see what happens if we replace a ant colony's queen with like a robot ant that can make the chemicals to make the ants do some weird shit, and then I would like take all of the extra money from that and put it towards like repopulating declining insect life around the world or in places that need it the most. Like shit like that. I would be brainstorming funny, goofy things like that. Make robot bees. See if we can make an entire honey farm that is using nothing but robot bees. Shower beers to robot animals. Bro, this is what happens if you got ADHD and undiagnosed autism. I definitely think that I would try to start a business that makes honey and sells that honey locally, but using nothing but robot bees, and I would have a 24-hour live cam showing the robot bee farm, and all of the profits from that would go towards helping recolonize bees around the world. I would make robot sharks whose entire mandate was to go around and kill invasive lionfish around Florida and donate all of that money to restoring the coral reefs. Stuff like that. That's what I would do if I was rich. Wouldn't robo bees make oil instead of honey? No, you could make them make honey because it's all about them regurgitating it and like processing it. Maybe you would have to have the robot bees help an existing bee colony or something like that. But like if I had Mr. Beast money, that's the kind of shit I would do. I wouldn't go around making like worse versions of existing stuff for charity and locking people in a Walmart for 72 hours and see if they go crazy. I would be doing stuff like that where I would literally be like, I'm gonna make a comfortable living. I'm not gonna be a billionaire. All of my money is gonna go back into making these wacky, like Dr. Seuss levels of goofiness, like mission statements. That's what I would do. And that's why I'll never be rich. Because I would do silly stuff like that instead of, you know, stock buybacks and buying out my competition and making all of my employees get replaced with AI. You know, that's why I'll never be rich. I have some measure of don't be a piece of shit DNA in me because my mother raised me right. Wow, wow, wow. Kind of crazy. I wouldn't or making moldy food. Did you know there's a type of bee that makes honey out of rotten meat? Did any of you ever know about rotten meat bees? They're called what are they called? They're called like that make from they're called vulture bees? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, vulture bees, also known as carrion bees. Meat honey. Vulture bee is sometimes said to produce a so-called meat honey, but this is a misnomer resulting from scientific uncertainty due to historic confusion of multiple species, each with slightly different method of processing. In one detailed study of Trigona hypogea, which I assume is one of the bee species, in Brazil, the vulture bees mixed sugary plant products with a proteinaceous paste from regurgitated meat and let it mature to form a sweet substance that was used as food. However, the two resources were initially kept in separate pots in the colony, neither being true honey, but they were then mixed together. In a different study, the bees gathered nectar, this is a different species, and produced honey, and they also produced a glandular secretion derived from carrion, partially metabolized, used as a protein source, and kept completely separate from honey. In neither case were the bees mixing meat-based substances with floral-derived substances. Damn it! It was all a lie! It was never real! Sad. I put so much money into dressing so cunty all the time and then throwing the rest of it at like the Trevor Project. That's fair. They sound like an enemy from Resident Evil. I mean, yeah, kinda.
Off and away.
All right.
Very well then.
Launch me!
Interesting. Very good.
Gotta try to land in the hole. Woo! And here. No, too far. You want to hit the descend button before you pass that flag. At least you did not donate to save the vulture bees. I mean, if they're pollinators, they should also be saved. I know a lot of people hate hornets and hate wasps, and I also hate hornets and I hate wasps. But the way the world is going right now, I don't want to hate on any pollinators too much because we kind of need them all. I'm a little less hateful of the little buzzy bastards than I used to. Just wish they weren't such pricks. Like, what do they, why they also hate bees as well? Like, do hornets and wasps eat other insects? Like, what is their source of food? Want to attach so much fringe and endless amounts of pearls? Help donate to your fellow queers? Fair, absolutely. Like, I love when drag shows are running charities. I think that's super fair and valid, and I greatly support their endeavors. Bees eat nectar and wasps eat bees. Okay, do hornets also eat bees? Like, is it all just bee eating all the way down? Maybe. You think hornets also eat bees? Man, you know what? Then fuck them. Fuck those guys. Never mind. Replace all hornets and wasps with bees. Bees don't deserve this. They're just little guys trying their best out there, making their way in the world. Ba, 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 ba-da-doo, ba-da-doo. Ba, 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 Oh wait, what's my currency from my other characters? For my Dark Moon. Legacy. Miscellaneous? Transfer. Give me 21 of your tickets. Hey, hi Halbrook! How you doing, buddy? Oh, what else to transfer to? I need 1,000. I'm at 869. I'm so close. How you doing? Thank you for the follow. You thought you were following already? I mean, to be fair, I feel like I like subconsciously unfollow people sometimes where I'm like, I haven't watched this person in ages. And then I interact with them again and I'm like, oh wait, shit, fuck. Oh, I get it. But how you doing, Halbrick? I hope you're doing good. Part of the reason why I like to stream so much is that I get to keep seeing people and raining into them and chatting with them. And it helps my brain. Anyone ever seen a video game of a mantis eating a lizard that tried to eat the mantis? I have not. No. I did see the video of I think like a snake. It was either a snake trying that swallowed part of a scorpion, and then the scorpion injected its venom inside the snake, and then the snake died. I was like, damn. Sucks for both of them. I need... What am I looking for? Oh, wait, I need to just convert these. That's why. Grab that. Come along, my little bird. I've seen a lot of like weird animal videos like that. Thank you. Increase my knowledge. Increase my knowledge of jewels. All right, I gotta go talk to Lady again and try to land in the target again. Hi, Erie. Hello. How have you been? Hope things have been going well. Launch me! Feel like the human bullet from The Tick. Fire me, boy! And hooah! Too soon! Oh, wait. That was 3? Damn, I was too soon. It was better than before. Oh, do you guys want to see my new fishing boat that I got? Before I used this. Like a little fishing raft, and it's got some fish in a barrel here. And if you're sailing around, you mash the jump button, it's like you're rowing the boat. But now I got this. Much better. My little inflatable flamingo. And I can still like, and he's got like a little thing on the side for where you're supposed to blow the air into him. But they don't actually they didn't actually model it. They just made a circle on the texture and stuck the model of a nail in there. You thought that was something else? Yeah? Alright. What is the point of getting my reputation with Darkmoon Fair up anyway? Classic. Darkmoon Fair. What happens when I get it to max? What do you get from Exalted with Darkmoon? I got a mech. I got lots of mechs. Yeah, this is the one of the goblin mechs. It's one of the ones that can't fly. Then there's this mech, which if I'm in the right area, it can fly. And then I've got some older mechs as well. $120. Got a couple Zeppelins. The old flying machine. Burning Crusade. The Goblin Trikes. Got the Hate Forge Blaze Cycle. Got this friggin' thing. We got this one. This is like the Dwarven mech. There's flying ones. Yeah, a lot of them can fly. Just magic and knights. No. So goblins and gnomes are very tech focused. They're very industrial. You've also got the dwarves, which are also very like blacksmithy, and depending on where you are, they get more. They also get very like techno focused. Yeah, this is one of the older mechs that goblins have. A bit more jittery, a bit more like slapped together. Here's one of the other mechs that I got from the Goblin place. You've also got airships like this. You have, you know, like jet engines on them and cannons on the front. Their little cannon is an animation. Doesn't do damage, but then there's this Zeppelin here. This is the one that I'm trying to buy from the fair. It's the one that this guy has. Might have to download WoW. I will say that as much fun as I have with WoW, the new player experience can be kind of rough. But if you feel like you can enjoy yourself, even if the... Oh yeah, we've got the spider tank robot. Got this guy. This is another one of the old mechs. Oh yeah, we got the hoverboard. Woo! I think that might be all that I have from. There's like pirate ships and stuff too. Yeah, this is like the old flying mount from Burning Crusade. It's you know, it's old. You can tell. It's a little aged model. Got my purple mountain again, which I have on the shortcut keys. Like a rope. There's like a mechanical, like hell forged horse. But yeah, then there's just the classic rocket mounts that you can get. You can get a bunch of these. And there's like a cat that's like a robot cat. Yeah, there's a few like that. Oh wait, actually I forgot. I also have up here in my favorites. There's like this shitty like ship that they made that's just like falling apart. Like when you fly it around, it's like it like clunks. Just like clunks when you're flying it around because it's like a jalopy. But yeah, there's a lot of mechanical mounts. We got here from Crunchy Frog. 4 more points again. All right, I'm gonna have to fly or teleport back and grab the flower because I always forget to grab the flower because I'm dumb like that. All right. So, if nobody minds, I'm gonna put on some audio from some videos in the background that are talking about some of the upcoming changes to World of Warcraft. I kind of want to hear what the guys are talking about. So, if that gets to be too overstimulating for people, I apologize, but I hope you don't mind.
Hey folks, this is Kalani.
Got a link to it in
It's been a
case
busy
anybody's
week
interested in what they're
World of
saying.
Warcraft. We have some huge class changes, buffs, and nerfs to go over. Some classes will see up to 80% damage boosts for key rotation abilities, so that's kind of wild. The Flames, Radiance, and Nightfall content
you so
have
large?
some big updates
Steve,
that really
the
speeds
hero.
everything up. And patch 11.1.7
Okay.
was just revealed, which includes a very controversial feature. And then there's a bunch of new stuff to pick up in the trading post for the month of May. There's a lot to talk about, so let's break it all down in this week's WoW News video. Now, before we jump in, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss another video. Let's kick things off with this week's round of class changes, buffs, and nerfs, starting with the Death Knights. Unholy will see a few updates. Pact of the Sand Lane will now store 25% of shadow damage dealt into your blood beast.
Tell me about shamans and warriors, otherwise I don't care.
Damage storage has been cut in half, but on the flip side, Raise Abomination melee attack damage is increased by 30%, and Army of the Damned Mage's Frostbolt damage has been increased by 40%. So those minions will be doing quite a bit more damage with these changes in play. Moving on to the Demon Hunters, Havoc will see a 4% damage buff across the board for all of their abilities, so they'll be kicking out a good chunk more damage next week. Reaver's Mark debuff application can also no longer be parried, and that's going to be for both Havoc and Vengeance, so you should be able to apply those debuffs without having to worry about boss positioning quite as much. Druids are up next, and both Guardian and Feral are going to see some quick buffs. For Guardian, you'll see a 5% damage buff across the board for all of their abilities, so the bears will be climbing those DPS meters a little bit faster. And then for Feral Druids, they'll see a 3% buff for all of their abilities. Not quite as exciting as that 5% buff Guardian got, but a little buff is still better than nerfs.
That's
no matter how you
Druids.
slice it. Evokers join a list of classes seeing big buffs to everything in their toolkit this week. Augmentation will be getting yet another massive 15% buff across the board. I think this is the third or fourth big buff of around about the same percentage, and Augmentation still doesn't seem any closer to being picked up and played all too often. Devastation doing really well probably doesn't help here either, but maybe this is the buff that will reach that tipping point where Augmentation suddenly becomes viable and powerful again. I guess we'll have to wait and see how the numbers pan out next week. Mages are going to see a couple of buffs for Frost, specifically for Spell Slinger Frost.
Well, finally,
damage has been increased by 10%.
they literally just nerfed Frost, which was the spec that I was playing on my mage when I was leveling him.
Controlled Instincts damage has been increased by 40% of Splinter damage, up from 30%.
Have a good
And
one, AG. Thank you for
Volatile
hanging
Magic damage
out.
will see a 25% damage buff. So Spell Slinger Frost should be doing a bit more damage next week. Moving on, we come to the Paladins, and Retribution is getting some pretty hefty buffs. Blade of Justice damage has been increased by 80%, which was very surprising when I read this, but I am not complaining whatsoever. Divine Arbiter's damage is also being increased by 50%, so another decent buff right there. And then Final Verdict damage has been increased by 10% as well, so we'll see a decent single target damage boost from these buffs too. All in all, happy days for the Ret Paladins. Holy Priests join the crew this week with a 4% buff.
Excessive. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're doing well.
Hello guys, how's it going?
No, not that video. This video. I have too many like set up.
Holy is still playing second fiddle to Discipline most of the time right now, so it's nice to see them get some buffs to help narrow that gap. And then we round things out this week with the Warriors. Arms and Fury will both see some damage buffs. Blade Storm damage has been increased by 30%, and then Reap the Storm damage has been increased by 30% as well. Both specializations will see the exact same damage buffs, so I guess those two abilities weren't dealing quite enough damage for the dev team's liking. That's it for the class changes.
Okay,
Not
those
a
are different.
crazy long list this week, but with 1117 on the PTR and the rotation assistant coming our way shortly, I wonder if we're going to see fewer balance tuning changes, or at least fewer major class changes until that patch releases. It's going to be really weird if the rotations being worked on right now are no longer ideal or accurate when the assistant goes live, but only time will tell. All of the changes and buffs in this video are scheduled to
worked in the rain the whole day. Ugh. Was it at least like, did the rain help keep you cool? Would you have otherwise been hot? Or was there like, it just made everything worse? You don't have to dox yourself. I'm not asking you what kind of job you have, but like, there's some times where I feel like working in the rain would feel nice, but other times, depending on how heavy the rain is, it would just be awful. There. See you in there, you little freak. I see you.
Go live with the next weekly reset, which is going to be Tuesday, May 6th. Now, it's not just class changes this week, there are also some huge changes to the Nightfall content and Flames Radiance Renown farm that were introduced in patch 11.15. To start with, all sources of Flames Radiance reputation have been buffed by 100%. This
Let's go.
First-time completions, quests, and weekly quest reputation rewards, so you'll be earning rep twice as fast as before. If you were sort of interested in this content, but the time investment was really putting you off, well, it should take half as long to claim all those rewards now, so it may be worth looking into again. Another huge change for this new content is that the Nightfall item vendors now offer every Arathi Abbot, Clerics, Crusaders, and Zealots weapon and shield items. Previously, you would have had to get lucky from the daily bag rewards to get some of these items, and if you want the new white transmogs because they look absolutely awesome, that could have led to a lot of frustration. But now you can just buy whatever you want, so that's
so
gonna
should
be
save
nice.
up for that.
What's really interesting to me is that early on in the PTR cycle, this is actually how the vendors were. You could buy pretty much whatever you wanted, and then at some point they decided to lock a good chunk of those cosmetics behind the daily quest bag rewards. But I am glad to see the dev team change their mind and let you pick up whatever transmog you're chasing after a bit easier. Now, all of these changes are actually hotfixes, and they are already live and in the game. So if you've been avoiding the Nightfall content because it was going to take far too long to get your renowned rewards, or maybe you were looking for a specific piece of transmog but didn't want to have to go digging through the daily reward bags day after day, relying entirely on RNG to get what you wanted, well, it might be worth popping by the Flames Radiance camp to check out all of these changes. And then we also have some miscellaneous updates and hotfixes from this past week as well. The Gilded of the Undermine achievement, the one which requires you to get item level 675 in every gear slot, has apparently been bugged for quite a while, and it wasn't triggering properly, leaving a lot of folks confused about what was actually needed for this achievement. Well, that's
why am I doing
been
this?
fixed. So if you're one of the chat
like walking back to the portal. No, just teleport.
Gear, and this achievement wasn't popping up for you, that should be fixed moving forward. And then a couple of trinkets were buffed this week as well. The carved Blazercon wax
I forgot to
was increased
re-up
by
my rep
50%. The
buff.
Entropic Scardigan core intellect was increased by 50%.
I got 19 minutes, we're fine.
And the
I got 19 minutes, okay.
To return to the core, and then the soul letting ruby crit strike chance was increased by 10%. I doubt any of these changes will be enough to make these trinkets significantly better than they were previously, but if you're stuck with one of these trinkets as your only option, well, at least they'll be contributing a bit more to your overall damage moving forward. Now, moving on, patch 11.17 was also announced this week. The
I'm
patch
looking
itself seems
for
to have quite a lot of content, probably more playable content than 11.15.
Straight from the overboss. I'm the overboss.
To look forward to, but the elephant in the room has got to be the rotation assistant feature. This will be a baseline user interface option that tells you which button you should push next in your rotation. So if you follow along with the green highlights, you'll probably do a good amount of damage for almost any class or spec. spec. This feature also comes with a very controversial addition called the single button assistant. This allows you to cycle through your suggested rotation by pressing just one button over and over again.
So I on the one hand, I can understand the argument of the one button rotation being controversial for some people, but on the other hand, I still think that argument, even though I understand it, is stupid. Because like it's not meant to make people good at the game. It's meant to let people who are not good at the game or have accessibility barriers to them being able to play the game have a way to play the game. And it's nerfed significantly in terms of like what people will actually be able to do. It's got a global cooldown buff, which means that your overall ability to do things will take longer. It's not like it's optimal in any situation. So people are like, well, this means that people that are looking for dungeons and looking for raids are going to be even worse. I'm like, no, it doesn't. It's like people that are using this in a raid or a dungeon are probably only using it in looking for raid or looking for, or they're looking for a regular dungeon or whatever. And it only applies to DPS. So like if you're looking for group in a heroic at this point, like heroics are kind of a joke right now. Like people that are doing, like if I queued up for a random heroic right now, people would like wall to wall pull that and we would down everything super fast. Now, if you tried to do that and you had 3 DPS that were all using their one button rotation, it might not go great, but it would still be doable. But also at that point, don't wall to wall pull. I don't think there's really any situation I could think of where the net positive doesn't outweigh any negative.
When patch 11.17 arrives, everyone will have the option to use the rotation assistant as part of the default UI, including the one button rotation feature. This is really going to shake up the game as a whole. We have a video which goes over the system in detail, as well as some of the other content coming in 11.17, so I'll leave a link to that in the comments section below if you want more information. Now, patch 11.17 might actually be closer than you think, which creates a very interesting content roadmap for the next couple of months. On the PTR, the Turbulent Timeways event is scheduled to start on June 17th,
I'll go do excavations at 9. I need to do one.
Until August 5th. When this event has popped up in the past, it usually begins with the patch launch, or it starts 1 week afterwards. That means patch 11.17 will most likely release on or before June 17th. It also usually runs until the start of the next patch, which in this case will be patch 11.2, and that would start around about August 5th. So we probably don't have too much
time that guy got shredded.
Content patch to come our way. But a good chunk of the 11.15 content still isn't available, and we have the new Season 2 Turbo Boost event kicking off very soon as well. So here's how the current timeline for new content unlocks looks right now. On May 13th, the Turbo Boost event will start up with the increased item levels for Hero and Myth upgrade track gear. The DNR vendors and currency will become available, and there are various other boosts to gearing up as well. On May 20th, the Horrific Vision system will open up, which offers a bunch of different ways to progress, lots of secrets to uncover, and you'll be able to get your hands on some decent gear upgrades and special corrupted enchants to help boost your overall character power. Then on June 3rd,
Alright, well, just fight me all at once.
The Duos event kicks off, giving you a chance to jump into the arena, blast some old dungeon bosses' butts, and earn as high a score as you possibly can. Then on June 10th or June 17th, patch 11.17 could go live, bringing us a whole bunch of new content and the rotation assistant feature. Then we'll move into patch 11.2 and season 3 of the War Within in early August. So despite the slow start in patch 11.15, we're actually looking at a pretty busy content schedule over the next couple of months. And then to round out this video, with it being a new month, you should also pop by the trading post where you can find all manner of spring-themed goodies.
Just ignoring this
Hedgehog
person
mount,
punching
which
me.
is really cool until you realize it's using the bear skeleton, and now I can't unsee this as being a spiky bear mount, so I hope I didn't just ruin that for you. There are also some fox.
Wait, I'll join up in a second. I just gotta hit.
We've got a bunch of
One more
themed
for my
weapon
rep.
transmogs, so you might find something you like in there. Then there's a turtle shell back piece, which goes very well.
No,
along
I
with
didn't
some
wait for it to
interesting
land.
martial weapons like katana.
Fuck. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. It's fine. What the hell? What? You're making me join in on Muggsy? Boo. Means I don't get these other two. Makes me sad. All right, well, that was that video. Let's listen to someone else talk about the same stuff.
What's happening this week in Warcraft? Hey, it's Soul, and you can help support the channel by liking this video, subscribing for more WoW coverage, and catching me where I'm live. A few hotfixes to point out: the Nightfall event got some pretty good changes. We get double the rep across the board, which will be great to help people finish off their renown, or even better for those who waited to get started. What's more, the Arathi tinted weapons are now available on the vendor, tradable with the weekly token. It was an early complaint that all the other appearances could be bought, and sometimes it could be difficult to max out your personal contribution bar before the event ends, making even the attempt to farm these weapons a pain to farm for. But not anymore. If you have an alt army, and Blizzard's definitely big on helping you make one these days, collecting all the appearances will be a cinch to do. This week, gamers can expect to complete a full spark, bringing the grand total to 6 pieces of epic crafted gear. Give or take
I see a goblin running by in a Ninja Turtles outfit. I love that.
Also trade in 6 tokens of merit earned from the Great Vault to also buy a half spark. Excluding the tier set bonus and trinkets, you need at most 10 complete sparks to fill your outfit with crafted pieces, as kind of the last line of bad luck protection. The Delve bonus event is also in play for increased everything, including experience for Brand. Complete the weekly quest for another shot at champion level gear, making this a great way to get out those fresh alts. Deep 6 is the brawl. That's the one
evenly among players. Sorry guys, I didn't think about that. I wasn't sure what that did.
And over in Mythic Plus World, it's a fortified tyrannical week, and the Zalatep affix had better be Pulsar this time. I must have been looking at the wrong sites lately, and I apologize for the round of errors, but assuming it's Pulsar, don't stray too far from your group, catch your balls, and enjoy the buff. This week feels like a bit of settling down before the likes of Turbo Boost and Perfect Vision ramp up the pace once again. So this week, one thing to maybe suggest is to start working on the upcoming Legion meta achievement that'll be added in 11.17. I said the other day this can probably be ignored if you're interested in participating in the Legion remix later this year, but there is one achievement in particular you might want to start working on now. It's called the Commander of Argus achievement.
That's this. I got that. I'm starting to learn. I'm learning.
PTR, it's pretty busted, and this achievement currently is not a part of it. However, killing a bunch of rares is, well, it's usually a part of these big meta achievements, and Argus is one of the easier farms, but also it's easy to miss. The achievement wants you to defeat every rare on the dead planet, but the rare spawns here behave a little bit differently. Every 4 or so hours, the rares rotate. That is, one set of rares will be up, and others will be down. When they are up, they respawn.
Right.
So it'll be easy for you to zip around and chuck on rares you might be missing. It's not so hard to complete, and awards the Weapons of the Light Forged. It's an arsenal that unlocks a bunch of different weapon appearances.
For Argus being kind of fun.
Unless there's some crazy news, and let's keep an eye out for more 11.17 PTR builds. I suggest.
Alright, cool. Next video.
My name is Al, and a brand new feature came out to the patch 11.17 PTR. A controversial new feature that basically allows you to press a single button while executing your class's full rotation with the one button assistant. While definitely a very radical new change, many players have recently been wondering just how good is this button. And while Blizzard does claim that it's technically not something that should give you a competitive advantage, I still did want to put it to a test, utilizing the rotation assistant in order to have a bit of a DPS race amongst all the different DPS specs within expansion.
You know, okay, this guy did the research. All right.
Entire rotation both for single target as well as AoE, and supplement some of its damage through manual use of cooldowns, since the button cannot do that, in order to try to compare and contrast our classes to find out which one would technically be the best. If you were to just spam a single button to play your rotation for you, to find out if any class is actually getting some sort of a competitive advantage just by pressing this new button heading into the patch 11.17. Definitely not a serious video. Like I said, they don't really want this thing to be competitive, but I was actually surprised by the performance of some of the different classes, and even get some of the charts to show you and compare some of the different results that I've been able to see so far. And overall, I kind of just want to dive into this experiment immediately. But right before that, if you guys want to see more regular updates for the War Within expansion,
I want to dive right in, but before we dive right in.
But otherwise, let's dive right in. Now, before we get into the footage, I did want to make some
God damn it, he's doing it again.
rules for the DPS test, just to make sure that everything is kind of like, you know, standardized as best as possible. So the duration I decided to go with for boss damage and AoE damage using dungeon slides, which is what usually players use when it comes to trying to figure out their damage in dungeons. How much damage you will spend, how much time you'll spend DPS on a boss or trash packs. Technically, the longer you spend DPS on a train dummy, the more accurate the results are going to be. But imagine trying to do 6-minute runs on every single one of these characters. That would just be a little bit abysmal. So I decided to go down with a 2-minute boss duration.
Before we dive right in, let's dive right in. But before we dive right in, yeah.
A bit of data deviation between spec to spec in terms of raw numbers and how well this auto rotation button even works. So we're going to be using those scenarios specifically, and I do want to try to run classes as natural as possible, so no flasks or any kind of enhancements, but personal buffs are all okay, enchants and no bloodlust, just to make it as standardized as possible. I'm trying to keep these numbers as natural looking as I can, amping it up with a variety of different procs and a variety of different bonuses. I think it's the numbers. I am still utilizing trinkets for classes that do use certain trinkets, since you can just buy them on the vendors.
Let's go.
And I'm trying to standardize all the gear for
I want
every
that
single
for
one of the characters,
transmog.
keeping the item levels relatively close to each other. For the builds,
I don't care about that.
Simmons single target pure builds, but also some of the more popular mythic
Big earners,
for the
bludgeon,
dungeons.
same
So
color as one that I
these builds
have.
should be as accurate and up to date as possible. Some of the side stuff I did take me a couple of times, because at some point I did find out that some of the dummies I was hitting actually take more damage than others in certain areas.
Tiny
So
pal gun.
scrub a good bit of
Oh, that's so
as you're
good.
watching this, if you want to give this video some love, I would very much appreciate it.
Say
'cause I
hello
have
to
go
my
and
little
record at least
friend.
half of this, and it took me a little bit of time. But without further ado, I am going to break this classes down in a chronological order, and then I got
Who's getting the molten knuckles? Who's getting the molten knuckles? Is it me?
At the tail end of the
Is it me?
And as well some of my thoughts regarding the.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
But with that, however, let's actually dive into the actual
I'm waiting.
DPS of every single one of the DPS classes.
Give me those knuckles. No! I didn't get it. All right. Talk to me at the end here. I don't want to. This is just him showing videos with numbers on. Oh, this video is actually a lot shorter when you think about it that way. All right, whatever. Any other? I already watched this video? I don't think I did.
Hello guys, how's it going? My name is Dal. Patch 11.17 has finally made its way over to the PTR realms, which gives us a little bit of a preview as to what this update may offer. I know that 11.15 only.
You know what? Never mind. I don't want to listen to these guys talk anymore. All right, are you guys gonna do the thing where you walk around this one mob, or are you actually gonna pull it? What if I just force you guys to fight it? Yeah, just fight it. Yeah, look, like, it's so easy, and people try to make it harder than it needs to be by walking around it. Oh, wait, that's why they do that. That's why they do that, because people, because it has knockoff. Okay. All right. Okay. What if we just listen to some of the other audio drama Al has? Alp, I'm dead. Thank you. Ass mind. Okay. 1,000 Years of War, 7 years ago. Talks about Illyria and Corellian. It's going to be characters in next expansion. Oh, Jesus. Fucking Christ. Scared the shit out of me. Why would you start your audiobook like that? Why? All right, very dramatic. Move on to the storytelling, please.
Years of War, the story of Illyria and Turallion by Robert Brooks. Narrated by Stephen Pacey.
Oh.
Part 1, Two Bright Lights.
Why's the music gotta be like this?
Turallion stood alone, unmoving, silently witnessing the death of a world. It had been only hours since the sealing of the Dark Portal. The land of Draenor crumbled, continents cracked open, the oceans heaved and boiled. Huge chunks of earth were thrown into the sky.
I'm trying to adjust the volume here.
And there they stayed, aloft, spinning slowly, refusing to fall back to the ground. Reality itself was unraveling. Turallion was calm. He was not afraid. The light was with him, even here in this strange place. This was not Draenor. It looked like Draenor, yes, but he was not truly there. The cracked red plains of Hellfire Peninsula stretched out beneath his feet, yes, but he was not truly there. In the distance, he could see the hastily wrought Alliance staging ground, honor hold, stubbornly withstanding the quakes and tremors. And yet, he was not truly there. Turallion had been there, of course. Only a few hours ago, he had been fighting for his life there. Hellfire Peninsula had been filled with orcs, Alliance soldiers, broken war machines, the corpses of the fallen, discarded weapons, and all the other detritus of battle. He saw none of that now. There was no sign a battle had ever taken place. Only empty, dead ground surrounded him. He was offered a view of Draenor's destruction, but no, he was not truly there. He was in another realm, one he did not know. The skies were dark, twisting, filled with strange, conflicting powers.
What? Who mixed this audiobook? The music is louder than the voice sometimes. Jesus Christ. Shush. He knows how to make a noise just high-pitched enough for me to hear over my headphones.
see entire worlds hanging in the distance, seemingly close enough to touch, and yet unimaginably far away. He felt the light intermingling with the shadow. He felt the primal, uncontrolled forces of chaos and order, life and death clashing here. He didn't know this place, nor did he know how to escape it. He kept watch for any familiar faces: Khadgar, Danath, Kurdran, Alleria.
No interrupt, but this is looking for group. Why do we have to?
He remained still, staying out in the open, letting the light flow through him. He would be patient. He would be a beacon for anyone else in this place. Time passed. Nothing appeared before him. But that did not mean nothing was there. Turallion felt eyes upon him from the east. Malevolent eyes. As the hours drifted onward,
What is happening with this group?
that predatory gaze did not fade. Whatever it was, it hungered for blood. Turallion spoke aloud just to break the silence.
Let it come. Let it know that.
I'll watch YouTube shorts and be thinking, hey, make this music a little louder, and then still hear the fucking words.
A familiar voice, one he had prayed to hear again. He turned, smiling. She had found him.
Hilaria. Thank the light.
His breath caught. Her bow was raised, arrow nocked, aiming true at his heart. She released. Above the snap of her bow's string, she called a single word.
Grab the bomb. Who grabbed a bomb?
Turallion didn't hesitate. He ducked to his left. The arrow flew past. He felt its breeze on his neck as it sailed on. It arced
Can you move the bomb?
hundreds of paces away. Turallion could see it sticking upright in the red dirt, feathers quivering. Alleria Windrunner approached him slowly, drawing another arrow.
Oh my god, the super loud sound of leather boots. That's somebody's super excited to hear that. Oh my god. Second, let me adjust myself here real quick. Ugh. Oh no, I got the bombs on me. Sorry guys.
Her bow remained low, aimed at the ground. Her head turned, eyes darting, looking for a target.
Apologies. I meant my left, not yours.
Turallion glanced.
That's also not her normal voice actor, I don't think. Like the new voice actor. I think this is before she had one. Uh-oh. Bust his ass up. Almost dead. There you go. Woo. Oh, don't talk to me. Don't care. Don't care. Except that. Doing that. Take credit for your allies' deeds up to once every 12 seconds, gaining 152. Yeah, sure. Iron Thumb. The mace. If I win anything. Anything. You're getting in like 2 minutes. Autofeeder. I get Nothing! Alright, that's fine.
Glanced at the arrow in the distance.
Testing my reflexes? Or did you see something?
I saw something.
A shame. I would have been happy to test your reflexes too. Say the word and I'll throw my shield at you.
A smile crossed Alaria's lips just for a moment.
Perhaps later.
She stood where Terralion had, looking at the ground.
Tracks.
She gestured downward. Terralion could see the impressions of his boots in the dry earth. But there, faintly, was a third mark, perhaps a pace away. Something had been standing behind him. No, he had turned at the last moment, so it had been in front of him, and he had not seen it. What was it? Alaria kept her eyes up, scanning the landscape in front of her.
I saw something shimmering. When you turned, it took shape. I do not know what it was. It fled before my arrow could strike.
An orc, perhaps. Nezul's warlocks may have come here.
Not an orc.
Alaria said firmly.
Should we retrieve your arrow?
Alaria looked at him.
This place is not Draenor. Do you know how to leave it?
It isn't. And I don't.
He said.
Then we need to conserve our resources.
Her arrow had landed perhaps 200 paces away. They walked to it together. The distance passed in silence. Terralion had his hammer in hand, but he felt quiet jubilance. She had found him. It had been a brutal battle at the Dark Portal, unlike anything he had ever experienced. He had fought the Horde across 2 worlds, but he had never seen them desperate. At the Black Temple, their war chief, Nezul, had used instruments of power from Azeroth to create bridges to new lands. But his spells had spun out of control. Rifts had begun snapping open and closed all over Draenor, shredding the fabric of existence. The only escape had been Azeroth. But the uncontrolled destruction had bled through the Dark Portal, putting Azeroth itself in danger. The Alliance expedition had rushed to protect it. Alaria and Terralion had fought back-to-back, holding the line against waves of terrified orcs, buying time for Khadgar.
Sorry, I'm going nonverbal. I'm actually kind of listening to this and interested in what's happening.
They too would be trapped on a dying world. In the chaos, another rift had opened near them.
It's the only audio that they have on their YouTube channel that seems to talk about Illyria. Hoping this is something that I can listen to and be like, oh yeah, okay, this is giving me a little bit more vibes back into their relationship.
They had died.
Oh.
She sent me to...
As it sailed on, it arced to the ground hundreds of paces away. Him back to her. Alaria retrieved her arrow.
We all knew it, and yet...
Plenty
Wait,
to
where
me.
is it?
Terralion had hunted for each other. There was no telling where the rest of the Alliance expedition were. Maybe they were still on Draenor. Maybe they were here in this place. Maybe they had escaped to some far corner of the universe. Terralion didn't know. But at least the light had delivered him back to her. Alaria retrieved her arrow and returned it to her quiver.
I believe we are being watched.
She grimaced.
I might be wrong. My instincts do not mean much here.
They mean plenty to me.
Terralion had hunted for sport in Lordaeron, but Alaria was Ranger Captain of Silvermoon. It had become her nature to think like a predator.
I should have sensed it when it drew close. There's so much errant power here. I need to be more cautious.
This is its territory. It hunts here. Strange that it hasn't tried to finish us off. I would have.
Alaria let her bow rest at her side.
I do not understand this place at all.
I don't either.
Terralion said.
But you found me. That's enough for now.
Alaria looked at him, smiled, and then she embraced him. He held her tightly against his chest.
We will see our son again.
She whispered.
They're Babu.
Willing.
Damn the light. The Alliance expedition was a one-way journey. We all knew it. And yet I felt in my heart that we would see Arator again.
Her love burned brightly, heating her words and warming Terralion's soul. But he did not share her confidence.
It might be a long journey back to Azeroth.
He said.
We have time.
You do.
That brought her head up. Turalyon met her gaze steadily. He knew she understood him. Human lives were short. The elves of Silvermoon had the Sunwell, and thus something akin to immortality.
If the light lets you die of old age here, I will be very, very angry with it.
She said. Turalyon fought back a smile.
I'll let it know.
That is settled.
She stepped back.
You're not
surveying the
allowed to
shadowy
die of
world
old
around
age,
her.
or I'm gonna be pissed. All right.
We should find them.
Turalyon gestured to the east, towards the dark portal.
The fighting was fiercest there.
They set off. Draenor, or at least this dark reflection of it, continued to break apart. The tremors that shook the world did not touch them here. The oceans had boiled away, leaving nothing but empty space. In the distance, mountain ranges floated in mid-air. Neither Alleria nor Turalyon needed to say it. If they had not succeeded, this would have been Azeroth's fate too. But as time passed, the cadence of destruction seemed to slow. The central continent of this world was holding together. How much of the Alliance expedition had survived? How much of the Horde? They arrived at the eastern end of the peninsula. The dark portal hung above them. No other living creature was in sight. No Alliance, no Horde.
We're on our own.
Turalyon concluded. Alleria sighed.
Any ideas?
Turalyon sat down cross-legged, his back to the dark portal. His heavy armor clattered as he found a comfortable position.
No.
I
There's
appreciate the
nothing I can
Foley
do to
sound.
get us out of here. So I will trust in the light.
A bright circle began to radiate around him. He closed his eyes, letting holy power flow through him.
Fate has drawn us away from the others. I'm ready to learn why.
Very well. Have a good nap, Turalyon. I will stand watch.
He opened his eyes slightly.
Is our new friend still following us?
It is.
You saw it again.
Alleria hesitated.
I sense it now. Watching us from the north. Do you not?
Perhaps. Near the dark portal.
That is right.
Turalyon did indeed feel a ripple of menace pulsing from that direction. It was keeping its distance, so he closed his eyes again.
Well, start a campfire and invite our guest in. Maybe it's just lonely here.
A harmonic tone thundered across them. Turalyon leapt to his feet, drawing his hammer from its sling. Alleria spun, bow raised, arrow already knocked. Blinding light shone from a circle in the air only a few paces away. It was a rift, identical to the one Turalyon had followed to get here. All he could see through the glow was a hand beckoning them forward. A voice called out to them.
This way, quickly!
Turalyon's shock faded. The rift and the voice behind it were both suffused with the light.
We can trust him,
he told Alleria. She glanced at him, then lowered her bow.
Oh my god.
Very well.
She stepped through the rift.
Guys, the fuck?
Turalyon followed. They emerged into a clearing in a forest, surrounded by half-dead trees. The rift closed behind them. They were back on Draenor, a world still rumbling from its apocalypse. The skies. One look took Turalyon's breath away. The skies were rent asunder, stripped into pieces. Between the lingering shreds of blue was that familiar sight of swirling dark energy. Draenor and that other realm were bleeding together.
I've been looking to you for a very long time.
The other being, the one who had drawn them here, was smiling broadly. He had fanged teeth and long black claws, but he exuded an aura of holy light. Alleria idly tapped the side of her bow, clearly considering knocking an arrow again.
Who are you?
Turalyon asked.
I'm a commander. I'm a warrior of the light. And today I'm a messenger of fate itself. My name is Lithraxian. The Mother of Light has foreseen that you two will help ensure the salvation of all living creatures.
Oh,
She
this is
sent
talking
me
about when they go to
rescue
the other place. The other,
We have
the
much to discuss.
Legion Draenor.
They spoke for 3 days. Before long, Lithraxian had become very uneasy, especially after learning that an unseen foe had been sniffing at Alaria and Turalian's heels.
I fought the Legion for thousands of years. I was part of the Legion for thousands more. And I've never heard of a creature that can move through the twisting nether like that.
Lithraxian had quickly understood the grim implications.
If you could not see it, Turalian, that is troubling. Demons should not be able to evade the gaze of the light.
After he had listened to their account of their time in that other realm, the twisting nether, Alaria would remember that, Lithraxian was convinced that the creature was one of the Legion's rarest assassins. Kil'jaeden had personally trained a select few to kill or capture important enemies. If it was continuing to follow them, it would not rest until it had finished them off. That meant Alaria and Turalian were still in danger, even here. Oh yes, they'd had much to discuss over the past 3 days. About this world, about the Burning Legion, and how the demons had orchestrated the Horde's invasion of Azeroth. About the twisting nether, the chaotic realm, where the universes sparked by the light and the shadow bled together. About how it could create strange reflections of real worlds like Draenor. Most importantly, Lithraxian had told them about the Army of the Light and its impossible war against the Burning Legion. He had told them the Light needed Alaria and Turalian's help.
No.
But all of that would have to wait.
We cannot risk leading that creature back to our stronghold.
Lithraxian said.
I will stay here with you until it is slain.
Turalian was ready to accept his help. Alaria was not.
Lithraxian, you need to leave. We can protect ourselves.
I'm not sure you understand how dangerous this assassin is.
What is a bigger prize to the Legion? 2 recruits or a commander?
Alaria looked directly into Turalian's eyes for a moment. She carefully chose her words to Lithraxian.
When you leave, it will follow you. You must set a trap for it. Return to us when it is dead.
Lithraxian began to object, but Turalian cut him off.
We understand the danger.
Right, so this guy is a Dreadlord that's got holy energy. I forgot about this guy. He's so cool.
We'll wait here.
Lithraxian's eyes narrowed. He silently regarded both of them.
Very well. But I will not leave you defenseless.
Before he left, he offered Turalian a few hours of instruction in the ways of the light. Yes, Turalian was a paladin, but humans had only recently begun to wield holy power on the battlefield. Lithraxian had done so for millennia.
Right.
After Lithraxian left, Turalian was glowing, literally glowing. For Alaria, that lost its charm after the sun went down.
Can you stop, please? You are ruining my night vision,
she said sweetly. Turalian was enjoying himself far too much.
Does my radiance bother you? Am I delving too deeply into the unbridled power of justice and hope?
Will your radiance stop someone from killing you while you sleep?
As a matter of fact, it might,
he said. Still, he relented. The light faded across his armor and hammer.
What did you think of our new friend? I know you couldn't feel his intentions through the light.
Alaria began to sharpen her arrowheads with a flat stone.
This is actually useful information to not reevaluate, but like re-familiarize myself with, because they are doing more Legion stuff soon as well, as mentioned in some of those videos. This wasn't brought by the algorithm, but I am seeing a lot of views have upticked on it. It's the last little bit, so the other people are the same as me.
He had a lot to say. None of it seemed like a lie.
Turalian looked at the ground, his voice little more than a whisper.
And what did you think of his request?
There was a long silence, only disturbed by the soft scrape of metal against stone. The stillness pressed in on them. Far in the distance, they could hear the nervous cries of Draenor's wildlife, unsettled from the ongoing tremors. Valeria finally put her rock down.
The Mother of Light saved us from the Nether. If she wants us to wait here for a few days, fine. But asking us to march off to another war...
She didn't finish her thought. She didn't need to. Turallion simply nodded.
If the light can return us to Azeroth first, we can raise an army for it. That has to be far more useful than just the two of us.
Exactly.
They continued to talk through most of the night. When the sky lightened, they took turns sleeping. By midday, they were well rested. Now, all that was left was to wait for the demon to be killed. Valeria wasn't sure if Lothraxion had understood what they had asked him to do, but he had at least been willing to play along. There was no telling how long it would take. If they were to be waiting here for weeks or months, her advice to manage resources still rang true. They were running low on food and water. Turallion left to find a river. Valeria set some snares in the nearby forest. When he returned, Valeria was pacing around the edge of their campsite, carefully inspecting the ground. She looked up at him with a frown.
Where is the water?
He shook his head.
It can wait. This has been on my mind since I woke. We spent all night talking about war, but not a word about our son.
We can talk about Methane later.
If one of us goes to war, the other must stay behind with him.
He stepped close to her.
It isn't right to risk making him an orphan. Not after we already took a chance coming here.
She met his gaze without blinking.
He will be safe, I promise.
Her hand reached up to his chin. Shh. Her dagger slipped easily into his throat. Turallion's eyes widened with shock.
That's because that wasn't the name of their son. She baited him. She baited him by saying a different name to see if it was her son, and it was, or her husband, and it wasn't.
Staggered backward, clutching at his throat, trying in vain to stem the river of blood. She had buried the blade to the hilt. Valeria watched him without pity.
My son's name is Arator, demon.
The creature that looked like Turallion roared with rage and took 2 stumbling steps toward her. Green fire leapt from one hand while the other produced a dagger. Valeria sidestepped the assassin, caught its elbow and pivoted. The creature crashed into the ground, its arm bent at an unnatural angle, dagger falling uselessly at its side and evaporating. Gurgling shrieks of pain and anger echoed through the trees. Valeria let it squall while she retrieved her bow and quiver. Branches crunched a few paces away, and Turallion, the real Turallion, stepped out of the forest, hammer in hand. Blazing light trailed off of him like smoke.
Nicely done,
he said grimly.
It was impatient. I would have waited a few days, and I would not have left tracks everywhere.
Valeria drew an arrow.
What is more valuable? A commander or 2 new recruits? Apparently, the 2 recruits. Interesting. Let us talk about that.
The assassin snarled and tried to scramble to its feet. Turallion's hammer put it back down. Hard. Turallion gestured, and the remnants of the creature's disguise vanished in a flash, revealing its true form. A lanky demon, face twisted with agony. The Thraxian had been right. This was an Eridar, an unusual one. Dark smoke leaped from its blackened, dead eyes. Valeria stood over it, aiming her bow straight down.
You are a minion of the Burning Legion, yes?
The demon smiled up at her.
I am but one of an infinite army. I am but a single spear of an endless...
Her arrow
Get
found
owned.
its mark. She drew another and aimed it at a different yet equally painful point. She did not ask her question again. The demon spat and cursed.
Yes, I am of the Burning Legion, you worm. You flesh-cursed mortal fool. arrogant scum, doomed to crawl in dirt and filth before the great lord of
The creature howled again as the second arrow hit home. Valeria shook her head.
You tracked us for days. Tell me why.
The demon giggled. The pain had driven it half to madness.
Fate spins around you. I can feel it. I can see it. I saw it all around this world, and then it all blew up. So many little lights blinking out. But not you two. You two lived. And that means fate has plans.
It succumbed to a fit of manic.
The fate is writers. The writers have plans. Another 200. And
After, Tyrallion hefted his shield.
Perhaps you're right, but you won't live to see it.
The demon's eyes were filled with searing hot fury.
heroic wax
We will do
figurine.
it again.
Oh!
Find you, both of you. I will have your souls as baubles around my neck, and you will suffer for all eternity.
No!
And then I will find your son, Arator, and I will make him kneel before Sargeras himself.
Yeah. Whatever. Oh my god! Skibbles! An almost illegible handwriting messily fills the page, some of which is written over itself. Wax and ink blots dot the tattered page. Hello, big tall. It me, Skibbles. Nice kobold here. Help me write letter to you. Hope you find it. You've been training hard, just like me promised, training with Brown Table Knights. Even Squire now. Nice candle lighters say Skibbles too young to train with them yet. But they say when Skibbles bigger, maybe me be candle lighter too. Skibbles train hard every day and think of you. All me hope you happy too. An incredibly messy ink blot covers the bottom of the page and appears in the shape of a heart with a small handprint. Heroic waxy figurine. Carefully carved and sculpted wax blob that Skibbles made to resemble you. It's clear she worked very hard on, even though it's hard to tell where the face is. I'm saving these. I'm gonna cry. I love her. Gomer, take these. Take these and hold on to them. Oh my god, that's so cute.
You may watch him burn in the Master's glory. You think you've won, do you?
Valeria released her bow's string. The arrow punched through the demon's skull. Its mouth worked soundlessly for a moment. The creature twitched once, twice, then it was still. Valeria shrugged an apology to Tyrallion.
Sorry. I should have asked if you were done with it.
I didn't like hearing it say Arator's name either.
The demon's body smoldered, decaying into dry dust, blowing away on the breeze, leaving nothing behind. The army of the light must have been keeping an eye on them. Not an hour after they had killed the assassin, radiant light silently fell upon both Valeria and Tyrallion.
It's kind of crazy because, like, in the Legion storyline, Void was there a lot and constantly Light was there being like the counter focus to it. But in this, we've been getting a ton of story about the Void, like nothing about the Light showing up. Try to be in.
They were enveloped in its glory, their minds elevated into another realm of existence. Tyrallion felt a presence among them, a being of such profound might that it seemed all light must flow from it. He heard Valeria gasp in awe. She had never experienced the tranquil power of the light before. Neither had he, not with such intensity. A voice spoke to them, elegant, graceful, and steadfast. This was the Mother of Light.
The two children of Azeroth, Valeria, Tyrallion. I am Zira.
Zira's kind of a bitch. Don't let it trick you. It's kind of a bitch.
I'm glad you are unharmed, yet I weep for what you have endured.
It was Ilaria who responded.
Do not mourn for us. We went to war to save our world. Azeroth is safe.
That is why I mourn. I was there at the beginning, when mortal life was but a distant dream. To think that creatures like you would be called to face such terrible dangers, it pains me. If others had not failed.
Three typical average kids love to read their comic strips. Got their wish and they became
Hi, Ruby. Ruby, look, I got a new paint job for my car. It's green now. I don't know if it changed the print on the pelt on my back seat, but I got green car now. Yeah. I'm gonna be sad when we're in an area where we're not driving the cars around. I hope they give us a version of the car that we could drive around as a ground mount that's like a 3-seater. If not, if this is restricted only to this area, I am gonna be kind of sad. Does it take long to get a car? Kind of, because you only get it in this zone. You can get other cars, just not this car with the drift racing. If you're a new player, yes. I would say if you want to be a new player in WoW, now is kind of the best time. Not really. If you're a goblin, you get a motorcycle as your racial mount. That's like one of your first mounts that you get as a goblin is just a motorcycle. But if you wanted to play WoW, I think now would be the best time. Like right here, let me show you. It's not as cool in my opinion, but it's still pretty cool. Goblin? Yeah. Like you get one of these to start out, which is like, it's kind of basic. It's like the freebie mount, you know, it's not going to be super cool, but you get more later that have more going on with them. Like you can get this one is like more horde inspired motorcycle mount. You can get this one, which has a second, like a little sidecar on it. So if somebody wants to sit in the sidecar, they can be your carry along. You could get this one, which is like a hover ship. And have something with a motor rather than a boring horse. Yeah, no, absolutely. I also have various mechs that I could drive around in. I like this mech. You can also get this goblin mech, which... Oh, shit. I'm in a fight. 1 second. Yeah, there's a lot of mechanical stuff, especially if you're in the Goblin City. Like, so much of the weapons and gear are, like, tech-themed. Like, you can see I've got a shield that's, like, got, like, electrical cabling on it. I've got a mace that's like a motorized spiky mace. Got a little jetpack on my back that's just like a goblin face with rockets tied to it. I've got a belt with like tools and a button on it. My shoulder pad is spring loaded, so every once in a while it'll just go like boing. Come on, do it. Do the thing. Do the thing. Do the thing. Oh, whatever. It does it when I look at it in here. It'll pop out. But yeah, there's a bunch of tech stuff in the Goblin City. How difficult is the game? Right, it's been very easy for people that are leveling, especially right now, because there's like an event going on until I think like the 20th, where people get triple reputation and double XP. And if you're leveling in some of the later zones, enemies will drop extra bags of loot and extra buffs to help you level even faster. And then after that, the end game is basically as difficult as you want it to be. You can play lower difficulty stuff for lower difficulty rewards, or you could try to push harder stuff. But yeah, it's pretty... There are definitely some mechanics that are a bit unintuitive in terms of like trying to access all of the different parts of the game because of how phasing works, because they're trying to build up a like 15-year-old game to let you do older stuff in a more accessible way. So there is a little bit of a clunkiness in some of those parts, but overall I would say it's not. It's pretty easy. I would say it's easy. But I am a little biased because my brain has been modified in a way to see all of this stuff very easily and jump into it. But yeah, I'm also listening to audiobooks right now to revisit some of the old lore because there's characters that are super important to the story that are going to be more of a central focus again soon, and I want to remind myself about their lore. Version in Second Life, you think you can handle WoW? But that's fair. I'm just saying that there's certain things that I'll tell you about that you'll be like, how would anybody know this? And I'll be like, without Google, you probably wouldn't have found this. Or without me telling you. Like, no, there's no tutorials for a lot of stuff that's like not necessary, but super useful to the game. Yeah. Here, give me more reputation. Gimme. Buy all my junk. Share my stuff. You threatening me? How dare you? I'll fucking fight you. I'll fucking fight you. That box that I just... And I don't want this, and I don't want this.
Keep it quiet.
My reputation with this... Dark Fuse, I am honored, and about halfway to... There's a lot of people that are grinding that reputation to get, like, the... Keep it quiet. Yeah, because all of the goblin factions in this area are basically cartels, like mob groups. But that one that we were just talking to, he's part of the enemy faction, so he's kind of like a secret reputation vendor, because he's like, man, we can't keep being the bad guys. We get our asses kicked and we don't make any money. So he's trying to like work with us to not get, you know, not be only the enemy group. But yeah, I think if you started playing on a free-to-play account, oh yeah, the little spider baby you sent me a message to. Oh my god, I love them. Or not the spider baby. This is the human baby, a human orphan. Hello, Gaz. I hope this letter finds you. I'm not really sure how, but Widow says it will, so I believe her. I've been working with Linny at the Weaver's Lair, and I've learned a whole bunch. I even got to help Linny with some translations. Do you know they use smells to carry information? Isn't that cool? This little guy, Destian, is an orphan from the Orphans Week event that's now working with the spider people. Is the game good for someone who is not really interested in doing the same grind over and over? I would say it's going upwards, yes. When you get to the end of the game, there's a lot of different things that you can do, especially if you're playing through all of the story stuff. Between patches, if you want to take a break, I think that's totally valid, because like any MMO, between patches is kind of where it gets a little grindy, and you're kind of expected to just play the same content because they have to wait between patches to add stuff to it. But if just on its face at the end of the level cap where I am right now, if you look at the new continent, you've got world quests that you can run around and do that give you gold. These are kind of different quests that give you different stuff. There's a special mini sort of like roguelike dungeon that you can do. I'll actually go show you right now. I can go show you a roguelike dungeon right now because I need to do some. This game has mini dungeons that can be done with 1 to 4 people, including you get an NPC that you level up, kind of like a Pokemon that you can change into different roles and equip different abilities to. And you don't have to play that with other people. You can just do you and that person and then that AI and be like, I want to damage, you be tank, or I want to damage, you be healer, or I want to tank, you be healer, or etc., etc. And each day you do each of these dungeons, they mix it up a little bit. So like one day you might go in and there's a bunch of robots that are in there trying to kill you. I just remembered that people always wanted me to grind for a specific kind of material, and I really hated that. More of an exploration type. No, you don't have to grind for materials in this. Crafting essentially is entirely optional. I've barely done any crafting in this game, and I just run around and fight stuff, and then I get loot for it, and then I can decide if I want to go and do a raid or just keep running around in the world. There's absolutely no need to grind for specific stuff. The only things that you really need in this game usually are like a currency. So like here you see I've got this currency called resonance crystals, and you just kind of use that. Oh, back from hell. Sorry. I was saying you don't need to grind in this game per se. What ends up happening for the most part is the only things that you really need are these currencies, and you get these currencies from literally everything. You get them from doing daily quests, you get them from opening up items on the ground, you get them from just like estrogen. Hi, Jade. You get them from all over the place. It is entirely possible to play this game and barely do any currency grinding. The only reason you need most of that stuff for is like, oh, do you want to buy gear? No. If you're not worried about buying the gear, do you want to buy a little mount or a little pet? Then you would spend the currency on that. That's really the only time you need it for it. Like they let you buy a lot of cute cosmetic things and pets and mounts with currency that you get from doing dailies, but otherwise there's no need to do it. But yeah. So right now we are in excavation site 9, and it looks like the one that we're doing here is there's a goblin down here that wants us to escort him to different points in the map, and he's going to drill down, and then the drill is supposed to get some oil for him, and he's gonna try to make money off of it. But because the oil is actually the blood of eldritch abomination old gods, you will not be happy about that. Can you use a big-handed hammer as a goblin? You can use a big-handed hammer as a goblin warrior, as a goblin death knight, or as a goblin survival hunter. Like, I think I could probably use it as a shaman, but that's not ideal for me. But yeah, like there's actually some really fun hammers in here. Let me see if I can show you. Collections, appearances, weapon, two-handed mace. Yeah, so this is one that you can't get anymore. It was a limited time one, but there's like a piston hammer. But there's lots of other like mechanical hammers that you can get. This one looks like it was like ripped off of a big robot. And it's like a clampy arm. You've got ones like this that are like spinning gears on a stick. Rocket hammer. I don't think it has exactly that for two hands. Oh.
Roses are red. April is great. But when you wake up tomorrow,
it's gotta be May. There's this one, which is kind of a rocket hammer, actually, but it's like a rare drop that I don't have.
Do you fucking mind?
There's this one, which is like a spike on a stick.
Fuck your internet funny money, you dumb bastard!
Oh yeah, no wait, shit, there are rocket hammers. Holy shit! Look at this!
Fuck them all! And fuck you, Elon Musk!
And it comes in all of these colors. I guess it doesn't drop for me because I'm not
22nd century!
because I'm not a character class that uses those, so that's why they didn't drop them. We also got like the flamey hammers. There are some other techie ones they don't have in here right now. Let me see. I got like this one. Yeah. So yeah, no, there is absolutely a rocket hammer. It's just I don't have it because I'm not a class that would have. So to get loot to drop for you when you're running through a raid, if it's not your class's loot type, it doesn't drop it because it doesn't want to give people loot they're not going to use. So if you were to run through as a warrior or survival hunter or death knight, those might drop for you. But because I'm a shaman, they don't drop for me. But yeah, let me eat some food here before we jump down there. They're doing this dungeon. It's gonna be me. Warrior sounds cool. So if you want to be a fury warrior, you can actually dual wield giant weapons. Weapons that are normally two-handers. If you're a fury warrior and you go into a certain build, you get to dual wield two-handed weapons. You could dual wield giant rocket hammers. It's gonna be me. Not interested in dual wield. I might suggest then looking at survival hunter, because you can get robot pets if you're a goblin survival hunter. You have a hammer and a turret. The closest you could get would be like one of the robot dogs that has like a gun for a face. That could be like your artificer combat automaton. Yeah. It's gonna be me. All right. If you want, Ruby, I'll send you a recruit a friend code, so that way, if you join in, I can teleport you around to places and help you. You can join the guild and everything and get some bonuses when you play. So if you do want to sign up, send me a DM on Discord and I'll send you the link so that you can get some extra stuff. And I also get extra stuff. All right, I'll deploy the drilling units. Let's make lots of money. There he goes. Well, maybe. Yeah, no, sorry, no pressure or anything. I'm saying if you do, when you do, let me know. And I'll try to make things a bit easier for you. We got you set to healer. Those are good. Okay. Oh, man, I just realized I brought supplies out to make myself a quick sandwich, and then I never made it. So I'm going to put the audiobook back on. I would do it more so you get extra stuff. I like to start with the minimum things like vanilla. Oh, sorry. When I say extra stuff, I mean, like, if you join the guild, what you get is... you get slightly faster mount speed. You get 10% faster mount speed. Your Hearthstone, which lets you teleport back to your rest place, has a 15-minute cooldown instead of a 30-minute cooldown. When you're resurrected from dying, you come back with a little bit more health, and if you send mail, it arrives faster. Nothing like super strong. It's just makes things that have a timer on them have a little bit of a shorter timer. Yeah. It's not like you log in and you suddenly get a bunch of gear and weapons. Yeah, no, nothing like that. One second. I'm going to put my audiobook back on, and I'm going to quickly make myself something to eat, because eating all of that in-game food...
Failed. You would not carry this burden.
And yet we carry it gladly, because we must.
Oh. Yeah, no worries.
Happening here. That demon said fate has its mark on us.
Within you,
I'm gonna make myself a little
there is
snack.
hope for the universe.
This is the holy wind chime god thing talking to two major lore characters about how they're destined for greatness.
But holy power. She was unlike any being he had ever seen. And yet, it was as if he had always known her. Through the light, he understood her nature, just as she understood his.
Lathraxian said there is a war among the stars. I don't understand how we can help fight it.
The war was lost long ago. The Burning Legion has altered the destiny of the universe. All lives now whirl toward oblivion, so we looked for hope. We looked for bright lights in the great dark beyond. Amid the desolation of 1,000 dead worlds, there are some lands that still live and thrive.
Azeroth,
whispered Ilaria.
The brightest light of all. That is what brought the Legion to you 10,000 years ago. In your people's bravery and in the demons' arrogance, the Legion tasted defeat for the first time. But they learned from their mistakes. The Orcs of Draenor were pawns in a new strategy. You fought them back.
Right, have a good Lord. Thank you for hanging out.
Too. I cannot say what the next attack on Azeroth will be. I can say only that it will come soon.
Ilaria spoke firmly.
Then we must go back to Azeroth. We will rally every nation for war.
It will not be enough.
It will have to be.
The being's voice was shot through with sorrow.
It will not. The Legion is ready for its burning crusade against your world. It only needs a path. The Horde almost gave it one.
A vision emerged.
Okay.
An orc warlock, bent and deformed, sailing away from the Horde. Tyrallion recognized him. It was the one they called Gul'dan.
Gul'dan.
His hubris was his undoing. Had he succeeded, all would have been lost. But how long has it been since the Horde fled Azeroth? How many years upon your world?
Less than 3,
Tyrallion said.
The Legion has had decades to prepare new avenues of war.
I don't understand.
The currents of time flow ever forward, but the forces of the Twisting Nether are unpredictable. Look.
Another vision came to life. A giant ocean appeared, and Ilaria and Tyrallion gazed upon a massive vortex disturbing the waters. The whirlpool carried 2 pieces of driftwood, one at the edge where the water was calm, and the other near the center. The one on the outside drifted slowly, lazily. The one in the center was violently tossed about, circling the vortex countless times. Storms roiled the waters, jarring the currents, injecting ever more chaos.
So this is their analogy for explaining why time passes faster in the realm of demons than it does in the mortal realm. Because I guess they're implying that the realm of the demons, the twisting nether, is like closer to the center of the universe, making time pass faster. I think is like an actual theory of quantum dynamics. That's what I think they're trying to run
into the system. Tyrallion slowly began to understand. The same ocean, the same waters, yet affected differently by the same forces. Azeroth moved more slowly than the turbulent parts of the universe.
The Burning Legion has all the time it needs to prepare for war. Its victims never have any time at all. Yours is a world filled with bright lights, but it is not ready.
The vision changed. A barrow prison underground. There was an elf alone in a cell. His face...
Illidan! Everybody's favorite elf boy. I mean, he's all right. He's not my favorite. He's all right.
It was cold. Tyrallion could feel the hatred and determination in his soul.
The light will one day cleanse this one's troubled heart. And he will become our greatest champion.
No, he won't. No, he won't. Oh, Zara, you dumb, poor, stupid idiot. I would be kind of curious to see what light forged Illidan would have looked like. I wonder if there's fan art of it. I'm gonna kill this guy and Google that. It's gonna be me. Da, 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 da. God damn it. Stop trying to blow me up. Light forged. What if Illidan hadn't killed Zara? What would he look like? Can you stop with this shit, guys? Come on. I'm trying to eat my cheese. Jesus. There is some art of him. That's it. So kind of, that's like a Photoshop, I guess. Yeah, I'm glad he didn't. He loses his horns and gets like, they give him like weird circle scars, kind of like Hellboy has. And any of these like models that I've seen people try to render up look super derp because he's got, Illidan has such a massive chin because he got like super swole on demon steroids. Don't think he would have looked good if he body type or color scheme.
He will destroy the Burning Legion.
Terralium's mind whirled with questions.
Then why does the Legion fear us?
When you left your world, new possibilities rippled across the vast expanses of fate. The future held a glimmer of hope for the first time in ages. Your lights moved together through the cosmos. You journeyed until you reached something else. Something new. Something I do not believe I was meant to see. An emerald star. It was there for a flash.
Uh-oh.
And then it was gone.
What was it?
I do not know. Something the Legion has hidden from all prying eyes. Once you reach it, I believe we will finally learn how to defeat the Burning Legion. The demons know this too. Thus they dispatched an assassin to kill you.
Valeria laughed softly.
It did not work out well for it. Now it is gone.
That demon is not dead.
I beg to differ.
You destroyed but a vessel. The demon's soul returned to the twisting nether. In time, it would live again and resume.
Yeah, that's a rule in Warcraft lore, which I think is ripped from D&D. When you kill demons, if you don't kill them in the realm that they're from, they just go back there. And I think in D&D, when they do that, they reincarnate as like a lesser demon. So like as an imp or a quasit, depending on their station. Depending on how high up or down it is. Like a Cambion would turn into an imp. But like an archfiend level of demon would just become like a succubus or an incubus. Depending on where they're kind of like on the tier. But in WoW, they just come back the same.
To snuff out the hope of two bright lights.
Valeria muttered a curse under her breath. That demon had threatened Arator, and it could return at any time. Alaria's voice was hard.
We have a son. I know. I ask you for a terrible sacrifice.
You do not understand. If we had both died here, Arator would have grown up an orphan. We left him anyway. Look within my heart. See the reason why.
I see love. Pure and unblemished.
Turalian's hand found hers and squeezed hard. Alaria squeezed back.
I would do anything to protect Arator. To protect my people and my world. If there are enemies bent on destroying it, then I will not rest. I will give my life if necessary. But I know I will see my son again. I have known it since the moment I decided to leave Azeroth.
I am glad.
I don't know if she ever actually does meet Arator again. Yeah. There. Left Arator still very young. Years later, he was present at a ceremony in the Valley of Heroes. Older statue of a Zenadar. Okay, so she didn't talk with him again. Learned from it of being ages that he and Larry have been fighting the Burning Legion. He had a conversation with Verisa regarding the fate of Sylvanas on Lariat, which were the conversation. I know next to nothing about him, only the legends of them. In an alternate version, Arator appears in the Vision of Stormwind. Yeah, no, they've never seen their kid when he's grown up. They've seen him through visions and stuff. They've never talked to him. This is kind of fucked up. Isn't his dad in charge of Stormwind? Has Arathor ever seen his parents? Oh, okay. He's on the Vindicator. He reunites with his parents. Right. Okay. He does do that. All right. Oh. Ooh. I was going to say, Jesus Christ. It's been like 10 years.
Light, it has already begun to speak to you.
We should find the rest of the Alliance expedition. If the Legion fears the two of us, it'll tremble when we march together.
Turalian said.
They have their own fate. There will be a great many wars on your world, and on this one, while you are gone. Azeroth will need their help in time.
The conversation continued for hours. In the end, Alaria and Turalian made their choice. A terrible, impossible choice. A necessary choice. The visions faded away. Alaria and Turalian were alone again in the midst of a forest on Draenor. A rift opened near them. Bright light spilled out, illuminating the shattered world.
We will see our son again,
Alaria said.
Light willing.
They stepped through. Many were waiting on the other side to greet them. The Thraxian was there, a broad smile on his face. Zira floated above them, her presence a beacon of hope in a universe that desperately needed it.
Welcome, Alaria and Turalian. Welcome to the Army of the Light.
Need to go away, sir. Working here. Alright, chapter 2. Oh, jump scare again. Jesus. Save me, Pebbles. Thank you.
Blizzard Entertainment presents 1,000 Years of War, the story of Alleria and Turalyon, by Robert Brooks. Narrated by Stephen Pacey. Part 2, The Emerald Star.
Step forward, Turalyon, son of Doris. It is time.
Turalyon stepped into the column of light. He was not alone. Alleria stayed with him.
The path of light is different for all of its children. Tell us how it led you here.
I was born into the nobility of Lordaeron. I studied in the ways of the light as a boy, and I became a priest, healing the sick and the wounded. I took up arms when my world was invaded, and with my brethren of the Silver Hand, I learned to wield the light in the battlefield.
And what will you do now?
I will serve the light until my dying day. This I swear.
So the light shall bless you. Take a moment to prepare.
Alleria gently grasped Turalyon's hands. His palms were down, hers up. They stood face to face, the light shining down on them both.
Are you nervous?
She asked. Turalyon smiled.
I am.
The gentle murmur of
None of
Zira's
that.
presence surrounded
None of that,
him.
big boy.
Your old life has passed. The light will forge you a new one.
I am ready, Zira.
The light descended upon him. Alleria could feel Turalyon's pulse, thumping evenly but strongly. His hands began to grip hers tightly. His skin grew warmer to the touch.
I will see you on the other side, my love.
Alleria said. The light delved into him. He did not flinch. Zira's words filled the silence.
The light will grant you wisdom. The light will heal your scars. The light will show you your destiny.
I am my scars.
His hands dead weights. Alleria knew his mind was now being borne across an ocean of creation.
What is he seeing?
She whispered.
When one is forged in the light, one sees their past. Then they see glimpses of their future. I hope he brings back good news. The Burning Legion has changed the fate of all things. But where fate has changed once, it can change again. It is through beings like you, Turalyon, and the rest of the Army of the Light, that it will be so. Light willing.
Alleria knew it would be a long wait for Turalyon to return. She closed her eyes. She let her mind roam, seeking the same thing she always sought. Today, she was rewarded. Images filled her mind. Not a vision. No, this was not a glimpse of what had happened or what might happen. This was happening right now. She was sure of it.
Oh yeah, you get like the ability to kind of astral project your brain to places that have a deep connection to you with this ship and the light. It's a ship that's kind of like the Draenei ship that crashed on the Legion stronghold of Draenor, where everybody kind of just used it as a grounded base.
Alleria gazed upon a city, half-built, the rubble of wars past not entirely cleared away. Stormwind. It had to be Stormwind. The humans had begun to rebuild it. It was a bright, sunny day, and the path to the city walls was filled with throngs of people, soldiers and civilians and nobility. Standing before them was a number of dignitaries. She saw banners from Stormwind, Lordaeron, and Quel'Thalas. In front of that banner was her sister, Sylvanas. Alleria's heart soared. Most of the Windrunner lineage had died when the Horde invaded. Sylvanas was one of the few who hadn't. She still bore the insignia of a leader, Ranger General of Silvermoon. Pride beat in Alleria's soul like a drum.
So I think Alleria was the oldest sister. I don't know if they're going to mention that. But yeah, there's the 3 Rune Runner sisters, and this is, I guess, Sylvanas before Arthas came and fucked everybody's day up and turned her into an undead freak show.
Outside the walls of Stormwind, rows of statues had been erected. She recognized all of their likenesses. There was Kurdran Wildhammer, Danath Trollbane, Archmage Khadgar, and there was Turalyon. Right next to him was a statue of Alleria. The Alliance must have believed that all who had remained on Draenor were dead. Alleria knew many of the expedition's members had survived. She had seen it through the light. But they must not have found a way back to Azeroth yet. Alleria let her consciousness float over the crowd. They were all looking upward. Yes, she recognized some of the elves there. Warriors, fellow hunters, magi, friends. And there, right there, was a little boy, sitting on the shoulders of a paladin.
Wait. Sylvanas and Rissa? Verisa. Did Sylvanas and Verisa not know they had a nephew? Erator. After Alleria and her husband vanished, Verisa took in their son. Okay, alright, good, alright. This Sylvanas doesn't give a shit. Yeah, and Sylvanas, I guess, doesn't give a shit because evil. Sylvanas. Correct. Oh, this was asked a day ago. Nothing confirmed, but we see in the Alleria light and shadow animation Verisa holding a baby Eratar. We assume that Sylvanas would have met the baby just before the Horde sieged Quel'Thalas. The Horde sieging Quel'Thalas was before Erator. Yeah. Yeah, I guess not.
Arator. Her son was still a child. So tiny. He had been a few months old when she had left for war. For him, only a couple of years had passed since. His eyes were wide, his head tilted. He was looking at a face he didn't remember. Alleria felt tears welling beneath her eyelids.
Speak to him.
I do not know what to say.
Through the light, you can say more than words.
Alleria understood. She thought back on those precious few months when she had held him in her arms. She let herself...
Hi, how you doing, Mama Bear? I hope you're doing good. We're just listening to WoW lore while I'm doing my grind for some stuff before the end of the week. How have you been? I hope you're doing good. Oh. Little shits. Back up. What are you grinding exactly? Oh, I just need to do some quests for my vault, which for me is mostly I'm just getting tier 11 delves done, because that gives me the best stuff that I can get in my vault without doing like heroic mythic raiding or mythic dungeon. Yeah. And I figured since I've got tier 11 kind of like on easy farm right now, I could just chill with chat, talk about things, and if people don't have anything to talk about too much, we just listen to some videos about WoW stuff. So it's like people talking about upcoming patches, or right now listening to lore videos. A audio narrated novella playing right now. Yeah. I'm glad to hear you're okay. I hope you can be better than okay soon. Yes. This what we're listening to right now is 1,000 Years of War, which is the audio novella they released that is the lead up to Legion. And it talks about Turalyon and Illyria, who Illyria is one of the main kind of like story NPCs in the expansion we're currently in, and everybody kind of expects her to take more of a center stage along with her husband, who arrived in the zone that we're in but hasn't really done anything since he's gotten here. We're expecting both of them to kind of play more of a center stage, so I decided to re-listen to this old thing from Legion to kind of like get a feel for their character relation. Yeah.
Memories embracing her pure, infinite love for her child.
And they're talking right now. Right now, she's doing a little bit of an astral projection from the alternate dimension with the eternal war between light and shadow that she's in, to check in on her baby boy that she had to abandon before she left for war, which was a different war than the war that she's in right now.
The light, she shared that emotion with him. She saw him look around. She saw him smile. And then he looked back up at the statue of her, reaching with his hand. It was the same gesture he had made as a baby, trying to touch her chin. Joy filled her heart so intensely it hurt.
He does not know my face. He will return here again and again to see your face. And he will know you love him. Thank you, Zira.
Turalyon's journey was coming to an end. The light flashed from within him. He opened his eyes. They shone just for a moment. He lifted his head and took a deep breath. Alleria knew it was done. His pulse was stronger than ever, and each heartbeat thundered with the light.
Welcome back. How do you feel, Turalyon?
Like I am awake for the first time in my life.
His eyes were brimming with tears.
I saw Arator. He was grown, a paladin, standing beneath the crimson sky looking down at me.
Uh-oh.
I could feel nothing but pride for him. You were right, Alleria. It is our fate to see him again.
He pulled her into an embrace. She twined her arms around his neck, and his tears fell upon her cheek. He kept his hold on her as he spoke to Zira.
I saw the Emerald Star. Our war against the Burning Legion will reveal it to us in time. We must be patient.
Then we are walking the path of destiny. You have done well, Turalyon.
Zira announced the good news to the rest of the Army of the Light.
Congratulations, my cult!
A child of Azeroth, a human of Lordaeron, a paladin of the Silver Hand, has crossed the boundaries of mortality. He has been found worthy to become an eternal protector of creation.
Uh-oh.
He has been forged in the light.
The others were there in an instant, offering congratulations and embraces of their own. They were already brothers and sisters in arms. They had fought battles together, spilled blood together, and mourned fallen comrades together. But now, Turalyon was not simply a wielder of the light. He had become one with it, like most of them. Lithraxian stepped up to Turalyon and clasped his hands the way humans did. Alleria watched with a concealed grin. Lithraxian had insisted on practicing that with her days ago. He turned to her with an eager smile.
How did I do?
Marvelous. The courts of Lordaeron would think you very polite.
Your ascension will come, Malaria. I know it.
Light willing.
She replied. But if it had taken Tyrallion, a man who had studied the light since childhood, so long to earn this honor, she knew hers was still some time away. That did not concern her. The light had granted
Have
her
a quick
peace
snack.
today. She no longer feared that her son would live his entire life before she saw him again. For Azeroth, it had been only a couple of years since they left. For Alaria and Tyrallion, it had been more than 40.
Oh, damn.
When the army of the
That's
light
right. That's why he looks like he's like
Alaria and Tyrallion
60
into its ranks,
when he's
it
immortal.
brought them to their new home, the Zenadar. It was a magnificent vessel, wrought from the light's greatest minds, capable of traversing the twisting nether and sustaining its occupants for long voyages. It was also the light's largest remaining refuge, and the only one capable of waging war against the Burning Legion. Alaria and Tyrallion soon joined the army on its raids of Legion strongholds, but first they had to adjust to life in the twisting nether. The erratic passage of time was an unexpected hurdle to overcome. While a week would pass on Azeroth, Alaria and Tyrallion might experience a month passing, or 10, or more. The years seemed to blend together. But they certainly were not idle, which helped them focus. Tyrallion had joined the Council of Exarchs to learn their form of military strategy. After a few years, he had worked with the Zenadar's smiths to forge a new weapon, a sword imbued with holy power. That meant he needed to train relentlessly to master it. Alaria had her own training. She had begun to study the ways of holy warfare. Within 2 years, from Alaria and Tyrallion's perspective, her arrows were wreathed in the power of the light. She could have foregone her bow and arrows altogether, but it pleased her to bring Thasdara, the legacy of her family, into battle against the forces of evil. Lithraxion encouraged it.
Every one of us carries our past into war, but not all of us can use it as a weapon.
He said. He was a Nathrazim, whose race had been enslaved by the Legion long ago. Alaria soon considered him a close friend and a remarkable source of knowledge. He had spent millennia fighting on the side of demons before he had been purified by the light, so he knew how they thought, how they acted, and what they feared.
So it's interesting that they say purified, because really it's kind of like holy brainwashing, and we know that because that's what the light forged Draenei in Draenor were trying to force upon other races as well. So it's like, yeah, he's a dreadlord, but he's a holy dreadlord, and he's on our side. And I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, and if somebody undoes that purification, he's gonna go right back to being fucking evil, because that's his natural state, because you guys brainwashed him. You didn't convince him to be a good guy. You strapped him in the chair and you clockwork oranged him. Like, that's not the same.
Burning Legion does not fear the light,
he said. Alaria shook her head.
Are they truly so arrogant?
Sargeras believes he has already defeated the light.
Lithraxion offered a humorless smile.
What he truly wants is to destroy the shadow. That was my duty long ago.
Uh-oh.
I hunted down creatures of the void for the Legion. Very dangerous work.
It wasn't long before Alaria learned what he meant firsthand. About 50 years after she had left Draenor, the Army of the Light raided a small Legion prison world. When they arrived, every demon there was already dead. Permanently dead. They had been dragged into the twisting nether and butchered. That was the only way to put an immortal demonic soul to rest forever. Even the prisoners had been slaughtered.
This is the Shadow's work,
Lithraxion announced.
Be cautious.
They carefully searched the place, looking for any survivors. As Alaria investigated a row of blood-spattered cells, a living avatar of Shadow appeared out of thin air, wrapping its incorporeal hand around her throat and slamming dark magic into her mind, trying to kill her. Only an instant passed before she called down the light upon her attacker. But in that moment, when the touch of the shadow had been upon her, her mind was transported elsewhere. Blink. She saw herself walking upon the surface of another world, one filled with demons, one she had only heard about, Argus. Blink. She stood in front of the Emerald Star and felt its terrible warmth on her face. It reached out to her, begging for help. Blink. She saw herself stepping off a cliff, falling into an infinite darkness, smiling all the way. She saw the peace in her own eyes. The moment passed, and the light crashed down upon her attacker, destroying it instantly. She fell to the ground, gasping. Tyrallion rushed to her side. The light flowed into her, healing the pain.
Valeria, what happened?
Valeria forced a wry tone into her voice as she stood up.
I was warned to be careful. Perhaps next time I will listen.
She did not explain what she had seen. How could she, when she did not understand it herself? It had felt as real as any foresight she had received from the light, and yet it clearly had not been a holy vision. The light and the shadow had collided within her soul, and from that, Valeria had glimpsed something true. She could not explain how. Over the next several weeks, Valeria asked Lathraxion to tell her more about the shadow. When he told her about the creatures he had fought, he grew somber.
I have known enslavement, but serving the Legion was a mercy compared to what the Void Spawn endure.
He muttered.
And the corrupted creatures, the ones who once knew freedom, Light have mercy on their souls. Once you've invited the shadow into your heart, it ends in madness.
It was about what she had expected.
That is a shame. Imagine if someone could withstand the Void's corruption. It would make a powerful ally against the Legion.
Lathraxion considered that.
He's doing the dark talk.
About such things where Zira might hear. I doubt you would find many creatures like that. Wielding the Void creates a hunger for more power. And there's the trap. That drive for more, brings you across the threshold. Once you start using the shadow, you will belong to the shadow. It was almost always a certainty.
Almost?
Ah!
There was one.
Lathraxion had to think back.
The Locust Walker.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Called him. The powerful master of the Void, and yet completely free of its grasp as far as we knew. Burning Legion lost countless lives trying to capture him. I was nearly one of them.
I am glad he did not kill you.
He did kill me.
Oh.
But he pulled me out of the Nether to do it.
Lathraxion laughed at the memory.
He said he saw a unique destiny for me, and wanted me to be reborn.
Locust Walker. Valeria would remember the name, but she couldn't resist asking one more question.
How many times did you die for the Legion?
I lost count.
He grinned at her.
It was pleasant, in a way. Feeling your soul drift. And then Argus would drag you back, and you'd be punished for your failures. That wasn't so pleasant.
Valeria meditated on what he had told her. Perhaps there was a new way to fight the Legion. She went to Zira for guidance.
I want to find the Locust Walker, and all other beings like him.
Valeria said.
They wish to see the Burning Legion fall, just as much as we do.
Valeria had expected resistance. She had not expected an ultimatum.
Understand this well, Valeria Windrunner. The light does not treat with the Void. There is no alliance to be made with the Shadow. It seeks to destroy or enslave every soul in this universe. It wants to consume everything.
Valeria was taken aback at Zira's cold disgust.
I understand the danger, but I am a hunter. I think as my prey does. We fight the Burning Legion now, but one day we shall face the Void. I would prefer learning how its creatures think before that war begins.
That war began before time itself. Make no mistake, Alaria. If you pursue contact with the Void, your destiny will fall into ruin. You will lose Terralion. You will lose Arator. You will lose Silver Moon, Azeroth, and everything else you hold dear. The light and the shadow cannot exist together. You already know how to strike down the Void. That is all you need to know.
I understand, Zira.
The Naru's words were clear enough, but Ilaria could not put what she had seen out of her mind. She would walk on Argus. She would see the Emerald Star, and then she would fall to darkness. Those sights had felt like glimpses of destiny, and they had been born of shadow. The other things she'd seen had not faded. She was still convinced she would see Arator again. She was still convinced the Burning Legion would be defeated. She hoped the light would grant her more clarity in the years to come. But as century after century passed, none
Oh
came.
God, yeah, just time skip a few hundred years, not a big deal. A few centuries, yeah, no, she's still mad.
She fought, she raided, she killed, but there were no more answers. And then, suddenly, the time for waiting had ended. The Burning Legion had invaded the remains of Draenor, a world now called Outland. The forces of Azeroth were mounting a desperate defense at the edge of Hellfire Peninsula, holding the line only steps from the Dark Portal. Alaria and Terralion had lived through more than 500 years in the Twisting Nether. For Azeroth, it had been about 20 since the end of the Second War, barely a single generation. Its champions were facing another critical war. But for Alaria, this was an opportunity. She asked to speak with Terralion and Zira in private. It hurt her deeply to lie to them, particularly to him, but she knew the truth would have been rejected.
I have had dreams over the years. Faint dreams. I see myself walking upon Argus. Then I see the Emerald Star.
Alaria spread her hands, a gesture of uncertainty.
I assumed they had to be wrong. Argus is too well defended. Or rather, it was.
Terralion understood instantly.
The demons are invading Outland. We will never see Argus so vulnerable ever again.
Alaria expected Zira to object. She didn't.
This is what I saw before you joined us. Two bright lights from Azeroth, finding the Emerald
For
Star.
Gildeus, yeah. all of the Worgen players going through Outlands, like, yeah, for Gildeus. Wait, weren't you guys locked? Shut up, for Gildeus. No, we were here the whole time, I swear.
That was left the Xenadar in a small.
Oops, wait. Okay, let me fix this. If I hit a number key while I'm doing my rotation and I haven't fully transitioned off of the audiobook, it like moves me around in the story.
If you pursue contact with the
years to come, the Dark Portal.
Walking upon Argus.
There we go.
Then I see the Emerald Star.
Alaria spread her hands, a gesture of uncertainty.
I assumed they had to be wrong. Argus is too well defended. Or rather, it was.
Terralion understood instantly.
The demons are invading Outland. We will never see Argus so vulnerable ever again.
Alaria expected Zira to object. She didn't.
This is what I saw before you joined us. Two bright lights from Azeroth, finding the Emerald Star together.
Alaria flinched. That was not what she wanted.
I should go alone. One person can find a quiet entry point onto Argus more easily than two.
Terralion just smiled at her.
You think I can't keep up with you?
I did not see anything with certainty, Terralion. There is no reason to risk anyone else.
Do not resist your destiny, Alaria. I cannot see what happens after you arrive, but I know that you continue your war against the Legion. Go together. You will not die on Argus.
After a pronouncement like that, there was no more room for argument. Alaria and Turallion set off deep into the twisting nether. They left the Xenadar in a small cylindrical pod. The light sustained them. The journey was quiet, stealthy, and slow. It would take a long time to reach Argus, and the pod would be their only way to escape it. As they traveled, Alaria told Turallion the truth, or at least part of it.
The visions I saw were not from the light. That was why I wanted to go alone,
she said. Turallion wasn't too bothered.
Wherever they came from, Zira believed them to be true. That's good enough for me,
he said.
There are other forces in the universe. If they want to aid the light in destroying the Legion, I have no objection.
Zira would.
A hint of a smile played on Turallion's lips.
I trust her wisdom, but I trust your instincts too.
They flew on through the twisting nether. Alaria...
He's such a good husband!
If she had made a mistake. Long ago, the Army of the Light had learned the location of Argus. It was a world fully shrouded within the nether, and thus the army could have navigated to it at any time. But though it was easy to find, it was not easy to infiltrate. The primary stronghold of the Burning Legion was extremely well defended. It had to be. Even while the Legion was invading Outland, Kil'jaeden would not be inclined to leave his seat of power defenseless. But now there were gaps. Not every inch of the world would be guarded. When Alaria and Turallion finally completed their journey, they hid in the chaos of the twisting nether and waited, watching for an opportunity. Some parts of Argus were filled with flickering lights.
I need to fight more than I need to.
Others were dark and silent. Turallion steered their transport to an open plain, far from anything of value. They emerged into the stench of sulfur and charred rock. Nothing was alive here. When the Burning Legion had taken over this world, the demons must have stripped it down to bedrock.
Oh my lord.
Regarded it grimly.
I had not thought there was
Back
any
up.
world the light had abandoned.
Welcome to Argus,
Alaria said. Turallion gestured toward the horizon. The edge of a huge canyon was barely visible. There were many lights shining from its depths.
That looks promising.
Alaria pointed toward their transport. It had the means to open a rift back to the Xenadar.
And that is our way out. Remember the path. We may need to exit in a hurry.
They moved quickly,
Heal me.
quietly. If the Legion learned they were here,
organs are cool. They are
it would be
cool.
possible to escape. The jagged terrain provided plenty of cover. There were subsurface caverns and crags that hid them from the eyes of the Legion's sparse patrols. Alaria stayed a couple of steps ahead of Turallion, looking for signs of traps or enemies. Halfway to the canyon, she paused, tilting her head.
Someone has been here recently.
Turallion silently drew his sword. Alaria gave him a flat stare.
Not like that, dear. Not a patrol, something else.
She pointed at a nearby cliff face.
Not like that, you himbo.
Marks on them.
Oh my god, he's like, Turallion is the himbo. Oh my god. I never thought to call him that, but no, he absolutely is. He's got massive himbo energy. Love that for him.
There was a thin film of fresh ash at their feet. She knelt down. It was still warm.
Cooking fire. Tool marks. Someone is living out here.
Turallion shrugged.
Hard to believe, but maybe we'll find some allies on Argus.
Alaria wasn't hopeful.
Anyone living under the Legion's nose would have to be very good at hiding. And deeply paranoid. I do not believe they will let us find them. Although...
Ow!
She carefully examined the cliff face.
Staying in the open would be suicide for them. Would they not need a way to... Ah, there it is.
Click. She found what she was looking for. A loose rock turned in her hand. A small section of the cliff swung open like a door, and a tiny, narrow passage was exposed. Alaria nodded with satisfaction.
There are people living out here. This is how they travel without the Legion knowing.
Turalian led the way through the winding tunnels, using only the smallest touch of the light for illumination. For hours, all they heard was their own heavy breathing. Whenever they came to a fork in the path, they took the tunnel that curved towards the canyon. After spending so much time in the twisting nether, they had learned how to keep their orientation without suns, stars, or landmarks to guide them. As they approached the canyon, Alaria began to feel something strange, a fluttering in her mind. She looked at Turalian. He nodded back. He felt it too. Eventually, flickering green light started to fill the path in front of them. A
God.
maddening hum.
This is giving me flashbacks to what it was like to quest on Argus and like how green fucking everything was. Come on, buddy. Come here. 1 second. We're gonna take a quick little. Not gonna go away. I am gonna stop playing the game. Bring my boy. Oh, I know, buddy. I know. Like me playing with your toes. You're purring. It's not bothering you that much. Oh, I'm all. There you go. Now you can just sit if you want.
Reverberated through the rock around them. And then, Turalian saw an opening. The tunnel widened here. Not a natural formation, Alaria noticed. Whoever was living here must have carved a ragged window out of a cliff face to spy on the Legion. Maybe there was a spark of resistance on Argus. Turalian crept forward, peering carefully around the edge. Alaria wasn't far behind.
What is it?
I don't know, Alaria. Light knows I don't.
She raised her head. She was looking out over the canyon. A massive, hellish slash in the crust of Argus itself, choked with smoke and steam, and yet bitterly cold. The rumble and clamor of hammers, dark magics, and footsteps overlapped one another. They had seen fortresses on the world's surface, but those must have been outposts. This was where the Burning Legion made its armies strong. There were forges, stockpiles, demonic barracks,
Mooching my cat.
and countless
Mooching his
other
little head when he looks
buildings,
back at me.
pits and structures. They were not just on the canyon floor. The Legion had built them up the canyon walls. The fluttering in her mind grew louder, painfully so. Turalian's gauntlets tightly gripped the edge of the cliff.
It's coming from over there.
Run back here, give
Pointed
myself
away
some
from
space.
the machines of war toward a darker portion of the canyon where silent buildings loomed in the shadows. The architecture was different. It took Alaria's mind a moment to understand what she was seeing. Over the past centuries of war, she had seen dozens of Legion strongholds. This looked nothing like those. So why did it seem so familiar? It reminded her of Azeroth, of the old ruins that predated even the earliest highborn settlements. Those had been Titan ruins. Why was she seeing
right.
Titan architecture on Argus? And what was inside? That thought seemed to attract attention. The presence in her mind was no longer fluttering. It went silent. It had noticed her. She felt a terrible warmth. She saw fire in her mind's eye. She saw a shimmering sphere of raw power, trapped, straining to escape a fell prison. An emerald prison.
Oh, that's the world soul of Argus, right? Yeah. Is why the world soul of Azeroth looks like it does. That's just what world souls look like. Like a sun inside the middle of the earth. Instead of a molten core, so to speak, world souls are like mini suns inside the planet.
looked. It listened. It saw her. It screamed. A mountain of panic and horror fell upon her mind. Fear filled her thoughts so suddenly that she collapsed.
Valeria!
Turallion pulled her back from the edge.
What is it?
That fear. It was not hers. It did not belong to her.
Yeah, it's
So
the planet.
She shoved it away ruthlessly.
It is alive, Turallion. Quite helpless. It is alive.
He stared for a moment, not understanding. And then it must have turned its eye upon him. He flinched and went limp, groaning, fighting to regain lucidity. Alaria forced her mind to see what had been reaching out to them. Deep down in the belly of Argus, there was a creature of astonishing power, imprisoned by the green, corrupting fires of Fel.
No.
Alaria whispered.
This cannot be the Emerald Star.
By the light.
Turallion breathed. It screamed again. The force of it made them tremble. Alaria could hear noises down in the canyon. Movement, marching. Demons were beginning to stir.
The Legion knows something is wrong.
She warned. It fought against its bonds, and tremors rippled across the world. Unable to escape, it screamed again. But this time, it tried to communicate. Alaria felt as its raw emotion gave way to something else. Memories. It was sending her its entire lifetime in a single, uncontrolled burst. In that instant, while the corrupted fount of arcane might was upon her, her mind was transported elsewhere. This being was so much more powerful than the minion of the Shadow had been. Then she had witnessed flashes of destiny. Now she lived a history that surpassed the existence of the universe. It was energy, spinning out into the cosmos. Blink. It found warmth near a sun, and a world formed around it to protect it as it grew. Blink. Generations of life lived and died upon it. Blink. It was betrayed. It was bound by something powerful. Blink.
All right, I'm gonna do this part. I love extra layers of Warcraft while you Warcraft. Yeah. Sorry, I'm hugging and smooching my cat. Mwah. All right, get off me. Yeah, no, this is kind of, I was listening to this because I wanted a refresher, and I also sent it to Frex because I thought it would also be helpful for her, because Frex was complaining that it's like, who the fuck are you? And like yelling at Illyria for being kind of a bitch. So I thought if Frex listened to this, she would get a bit more context for Illyria's past and to have a bit more of an understanding of her as a character. But also, it explains parts of what a world soul is. It explains more about the Void and about the Legion and about the Light and their dynamics. So I figured that would all be good kind of like setup for her, and also a good refresher for me. I actually got Lord about that lady earlier. Now I completely get it.
Pain. It hurts so much. Its only solace
All right, boss.
within its dream.
Fight me.
Blink. They enslaved worlds. They burned worlds. They used its strength
Or just
to
geometric
revive their
shapes. Wait, what? Oh! He's talking about the Naru. I was like, wait a minute. Oh yeah, I guess they are. An unsynced raid earlier, my friend gave me the lore on the lady while we ran through it. Oh, cool. Yeah, the Naru are like, people call them wind chimes. Because that is kind of what they look like. Like they're different versions of them, and they have different shapes, but like it's a lot of them are kind of just like, yeah, it's like somebody punched a stained glass window. And you kind of see a lot of those symbols on their technology and stuff as well. Oh!
That medicine's not for you.
Yes, thank you.
Come on, Marge. Maybe I'm not getting enough estrogen.
Give me that.
Hi, Sinful. How you doing? I hope you will have a good Monday. I had to stop for a second and think about it. Guys, did you hear that Skype is officially dead? Like, yesterday was its last day of functionality. It is now super dead. Wow. I thought it was dead years ago. It was basically functionally dead, but they shut it down. Like, because I think Microsoft owns it. Skype. Yeah, Microsoft bought it, but why would they run both Skype and Teams? You know? Just got done eating hot hamburgers. I don't know if you know what that is. Oh, yeah. Is it kind of like a hamburger steak where it's like you eat it with a knife and fork and you put gravy on it or whatever other stuff you want on top of it? Yeah, I used to have those back when I was a carnivore. Or not a carnivore, but a non-vegetarian. Oh, back up. All right. It's normal. There's nothing that, buddy. That's flatbread. You're not gonna eat flatbread. I don't care if you think you will. You're not gonna. You didn't know I was? No. What's the matter? People are allowed to talk about meat. I used to eat meat. I understand meat is tasty. I have no qualms about people who consume meat. The big problems for me is more the industry and its waste and how fucking expensive meat is. I've saved so much money not eating meat.
Souls. It hurts so much. Blink. They found another.
Yeah, Microsoft bought it, waffled around, and eventually let it wither on the vine. Yeah.
Blink. It screamed into the cosmos for help. 2 children answered the call. 2 bright lights. Blink. 2 bright lights from Azeroth. A world that was like Argus. Valeria ripped herself free. Now she was lying on her side. Turalian was shaking her.
Wake up! Valeria, wake up! We have to go!
Get your shit together.
She reached up, grabbed his shoulder.
Did you see?
She whispered.
See what?
He hadn't. Why hadn't he seen it? Why had she?
Argus has a soul. This world has a soul.
A world soul!
That is why the Legion wants it.
The confusion in his face mirrored her own. He hesitated only a moment.
Zira,
Thank you for the lurk. I'll be here when you get back, probably.
we cannot free you alone, but we will return. We will end your torment. This I swear before the light.
Valeria scrambled deeper into the tunnels. Demonic shrieks filled the air. The Legion knew intruders were here. It just did not know where. She tugged on Turalian's armor.
If we do not escape now, we never will.
They ran back the way they had come. The Legion
Wah, wah,
scattered
wah.
armies to find whatever had distressed the world soul. If the demons found their transport before Alaria and Turalian reached it, there would be no way off this world. It took hours before Alaria and Turalian emerged into the open air. No demons were around. A flash of hope came to life in her heart. Maybe it wasn't too late. Without a word, they both began running, sprinting as fast as they could. They crested a hill. Their transport was down there on the plain, only a few hundred paces farther. It might as well have been worlds away. The pod was the only way off of Argus. The Legion had found it and surrounded it with endless ranks of demons. There
Oh.
were too many. Far too many. Without hesitation, Alaria and Turalian charged. There was no choice, and no hope. The sheer audacity of their attack bought them time. They punched a hole straight through the demons' front lines.
There you go.
It wasn't enough. Each arrow, each thrust of a sword brought down another demon. It wasn't enough. Alaria swung her bow in an arc, obliterating a dozen with a scythe of holy power. It wasn't enough.
They must not capture us!
Turalian growled.
They cannot take us alive!
They will not. Turalian ducked to his left, and she fired an arrow into the demon that was about to split his skull. Alaria shot 2 more arrows at once, killing 4. It wasn't enough, but it was settled. Better to die than be captured. If they died here, the Legion would not know where the Zenadar was hiding. Their allies would be safe. But the Army of the Light would gain nothing from their deaths. Had fate truly led them here just to die?
I do one more, I
Die
think.
on Argus.
Zira had been so certain and so wrong. Their forward progress had slowed. The Legion's endless numbers were collapsing upon them. Alaria spotted a circle of Eridar approaching, spirals of fell magic forming into chains in their hands. They were planning to capture the 2 before they died in combat. Still, she fought on. It wasn't enough.
I cannot see what happens after you arrive.
This fate had been shrouded from Zira. Why? Why had she not seen this? Why hadn't
Oh, wait.
Turalian seen
Waterworks.
the vision from the world soul? Why? All went quiet within Alaria's mind. The answer came not...
Welcome back, Erie. I got cute little letters from all of the orphans that I helped in Children's Week, and I've read 2 of them so far. Then I need to get, I think, 1 more delve done tonight. And that'll be good for my vault stuff. And then anything else that I do, I can kind of just... It's not a huge deal if I'll get it done. I gotta sit. I gotta let's see. There's no mailbox on this side. Fine, I'll make one myself. I'll take this small, poorly woven square. Seems to depict both Nerubian and Arathi-inspired patterns. It has your initials poorly stitched in one corner. Huh? Messy handwriting is barely legible on the coffee-stained piece of paper with an official-looking CCC emblem stamped at the bottom. Hey, Gaz. Threadis has been bugging me to write you. They made something for you and wanted me to send it your way. They've been doing great, by the way. I can't tell you how many uses we found for their silk, and we discover more every day. They're getting along great with the other students. Most of them have taken it upon themselves to teach Threadis how to write in common. Threadis is a quick learner, so I wouldn't be surprised if they write the next letter themselves. Anyway, if you're ever in Undermine, don't be a stranger. I'm sure Threadis would love to see you. Tiny decorative rocket. With the little crank is wound, the miniature tin rocket makes a faint whirring sound and a wooden exhaust flame gently spins. It's a simple depiction of a small Nerubian, and a stick figure is scratched into one of the rocket's fins. Aww! I love these kids. From Kitsy. Subject, the sun is bright and the rooks are happy. Hey, Gaz, how are you? I'm doing great. I've been learning a ton since the last time I saw you. Did you know that Stormrooks get extra staticky when they're mad? They ruffle up their feathers and everything. Staying up at Dornagle has been awesome. The Storm Riders and the Rooks have taught me a lot about how to care for different kinds of animals. I think I want to work with animals more when I grow up, especially ones like the Storm Rooks and the Remolith. Anyway, I found this super cool feather. It reminded me of you. I hope you're out there kicking monster butt. Stormglass and feather necklace. One electric blue stormrook feather dangles gently between two fragments of stormglass. Small rusty undermine minted nut and bolt act as the clasp. Oh, I love it. I love these kids. Let me put all this stuff in the bank. So this is very cute. Yeah, I got lots of space for that. Is that? Yeah, okay. It becomes plain letter. Yeah.
Not as a shout, but as a whisper from a voice she had not heard before.
Because they are not free.
Turallion was one with the light. Alaria was not yet. And not ever, she knew now. The fight was at a standstill. Alaria and Turallion could move neither forward nor back. The end had come. The light could not save them.
I will see my son again,
Alaria whispered. It felt as true now as it had always been, even on the precipice of the unthinkable. She knew where that voice had come from. She knew what it wanted, and she knew only it could save them. She lashed out with the light one more time.
Garbage day!
In front of her. Then she let it go. She reached out for the void. Dark power flowed into her. She did not know how to control it, but that did not matter. Something
He became void.
far away did the work for her. Something else far away wanted her to survive. She could feel its maddening whispers flooding her thoughts. A jagged portal opened from thin air, black as the darkest corner of the universe. Turallion turned with a jolt.
Dramatic.
He stared in shock at the portal. The way he said her name broke her heart. With a scream of despair, Alaria hooked her arm around Turallion's throat and dragged him through the portal. She felt him shout in pain as he crossed its threshold. The light and the shadow cannot exist together. She could feel his pulse. Crossing through void power hadn't killed him. The portal snapped closed. Alaria collapsed on all fours, exhausted, gasping. She looked up into the swirling, shimmering mayhem of the twisting nether. She and Turallion rested on a hunk of rock, floating in the midst of nothing, barely big enough for the two of them. Alaria let the shadow go, pushed it away. The whispers of madness faded. Turallion was sprawled on his back, groaning. Alaria watched him. Pain squeezed her soul for what she had done and for what she was about to do.
We are safe. Far from Argus,
she said.
Oh, she's all voidy.
He slowly sat up. His eyes took in the chaos of the nether, and then he could do nothing but stare at her.
What did you do?
She didn't answer him. She wanted to lie to him, but she couldn't. Not again.
Alaria.
He reached for her. She pulled away.
Alaria, please. Why? Why?
Her voice was calm.
That is what I asked. Why? Then I understood. We were not meant to die on Argus today. Even Zira knew it. But she could not see how we escaped. She could not see that it was the shadow that would save us.
I would rather have died than have you fall to evil.
I know. And yet my fate has not changed. We will see our son again. We will defeat the Legion.
Alaria.
Turallion's voice was choked with horror.
This can be undone. Ask forgiveness. Forswear the shadow. I'm sure Zira will help you.
He did not understand. Alaria could not fault him. She only understood bits and pieces of what she had done.
I was destined to walk the path of light for a long time.
Now I must learn how to survive a new path.
She wished she knew what lay at the end of it.
See, the problem that I have with some of the writing is that so many characters pick a path based on vibes. And they're like, this is my destiny. I'm like, destiny's a strong word. maybe talk it out a bit. Like, I'm sure your point's valid, but just being like, yeah, no, this is it. I'm like, okay, well, maybe. But did I get my own Weechi? Wait. Pet journal. No, I didn't get him yet. I have to go pick him up, I think. I'm coming for you, Weechi.
He leaned forward, grabbing her hands.
This isn't the way.
When they touched, pain shot through her. She flinched, so did he. The light and the shadow cannot exist together. He let go, looking at his hands in disbelief.
Find your way back to Zenadar. The army of the light still needs you.
Another portal, jagged and black, opened up next to her.
Just know that we are not enemies. Not now, not ever. Believe it, Terrellian. Please believe it.
Valeria, wait.
See you on the other side, my love.
She wanted to stay. She wanted nothing more than to embrace him, renounce the shadow, and return to the light. But that was not the path that would protect Azeroth. If it was her fate to fall to darkness, she needed to learn how to endure it. And if she couldn't, she needed to be far away from the people she loved, for their sakes. She pushed herself into the portal. Her last glimpse before it closed was of Terrellian. He was reaching out for her, tears staining his cheeks.
No,
He looked as if he were watching
my
her
wife.
end her own life. She was not so sure he was wrong.
Damn. Stop jump scaring me with that hard xylophone bang. Jeez. $45 minutes left on this. Yeah, we could run through this and then call that a stream, I think.
Blizzard Entertainment presents 1,000 Years of War. The story of Alleria and Terrellian by Robert Brooks. Narrated by Stephen Pacey. Part 3. Shadow and Light.
I understand your bargain, Alleria Windrunner. But I must ask, do you?
Alleria didn't blink.
Does it matter?
Not to me.
Alleria understood the bargain well enough, but its consequences, the price she might pay. Well,
Hi, Tree Man.
later. Before she could destroy the Burning Legion, she needed to escape it. Being captured had not exactly been part of the plan,
We're waving at
but
each other.
Circumstances had required some improvisation. If nothing else, it had brought her close to her prize. 500 years of searching had passed. Now, her goal was within reach.
We will need to act soon. I believe they have lost patience with me. Be ready, Locust Walker.
Laughter came from the cage floating above her.
I have been here far longer than you, Windrunner. I am more than ready to leave.
Good.
Alleria had kept watch on the Legion's interrogators. Over the past few days, they had grown visibly frustrated that her will had not been broken. Time was short.
I expect this will be messy.
Violet light pulsed from the other creature's cage.
Then our first lesson begins now. It is a simple technique, and it is very messy indeed. Listen well.
Alleria closed her eyes and opened her mind. The warnings of Zira echoed through her thoughts. She ignored them. She had long since committed to this path. She only hoped she could endure it. The fighting on Argus had ceased for a moment. That would not last. High Exarch Turalian strode through the hall behind the skirmish line.
Be ready. Hold for the first wave, then fall back. We need to draw them all the way in.
He passed Lithraxian. The Nathrazim looked back at him.
Can we give them enough time?
Turalian said nothing, and that was answer enough. Lithraxian grunted.
Well, we can sting the Legion's pride at least.
A rumble filled the hallways. Heavy footfalls and clattering weapons. It grew louder. Turalian gripped his sword. Light, how he wished Alaria was still here at his side.
Here they come.
Snarling demons surged through the small doorway. They were led by 3 dreadlords. Lithraxian met them with a laugh, blade against blade.
Good to see you again, brothers.
Light and fells swirled together in spectacular fury. They were fighting in a narrow corridor, a choke point. The light could hold against superior numbers for the moment. A demon broke through the front line, but Turalian's sword took care of it. He glanced behind him. His artificers were still working furiously on the rift constructs in the main chamber.
Is it done?
He called out. One of them yelled back, voice pinched with frustration.
We're out of time. Fall back and open the rift.
Turalian turned to his army and raised his voice. His soldiers calmly obeyed, stepping backward in unison, handling the scattered fools that tried to charge in alone.
This one.
They backed out of the hallway and into a
We'll
wide,
deal with that
tall
later.
room.
I'll grab it on the way, actually.
The Burning Legion kept its rift barriers. After suffering centuries of raids, the Burning Legion had finally learned how to prevent the Army of the Light from opening rifts into Argus for hit-and-run attacks.
Oh wait, what am I doing?
These barriers had stopped them cold. Launching this
Got my
attack
portal
had been
maker.
a desperate ploy. None in Turalian's army knew how the barriers worked or how to destroy them. But it was a risk they all had been willing to take. Success would have given them access to Argus once again. They might have threatened to capture the world's soul and sown panic within the Burning Legion's ranks. They might even have forced the Legion to stop its invasion of Azeroth. But they hadn't succeeded. And now every demon on
Right in front of the
Argus
waterworks, thanks.
was closing in. Lithraxian was right. All that was left was to sting the Legion's pride. But Argus was within the twisting nether. Every enemy the army felled would stay down forever. The army made a show of retreating deep into the chamber. The demons surged out of the corridors, rushing into the open room, so intent on pursuing Turalian's forces that they did not notice the 2 paladins waiting, one on either side of the door. When Turalian could see nothing but demons packing the hallway, he gave his order.
Now!
The army stopped retreating. The 2 paladins at the door stepped back into the hallway, arms extended. Holy power erupted. The demons before them shrieked as
Get bombed,
the
idiots.
light consumed them all. Those that had already made it into the chamber turned around in shock, only to have Turalian and his
Come on in, no more
fall
poison
upon
gas.
them. The battle was quick, unfair, just as Turalian had planned. One of the paladins, a commander named Rosales, limped as he exited the hallway. The other never emerged at all. Turalian muttered a prayer for him and then raised his voice to the others.
It's time to go,
he said. The paladin's transport was still active. It had needed to physically drop onto Argus, but now that it was here, it could briefly force open a rift to the Xenadar. The army ducked through the narrow opening, crossing a vast distance in an instant, back to safety. Turalian was the last to step through. The transport's rift didn't close. Demons were racing towards it.
Shut it down!
He told Rosales. A gust of wind blew into the Xenadar, and the rift finally snapped shut. The paladin blinked, then shrugged.
Not a surprise. The Legion would love to invade this place.
Turallion said, his heart heavy. It was the last time they would ever sneak onto Argus. There was no doubt. The Legion would not be taken unawares by Xenadar transports again. For now, the Army of the Light was stuck here, hiding in the chaos of the twisting nether. Lithraxian clapped his leader on his shoulders.
A good fight, Turallion. You commanded us well today.
Turallion clasped his hand.
You fought admirably. Everyone did. Tell them I said so.
I will, High Exile.
Tell them I said so as I go and cry.
Yes, the army had lost only one of its own against overwhelming odds, but the Legion had won. The 1,000-year war on the Legion had accomplished much. It had freed prisoners from fates worse than death. It had delayed the demon's invasion of Azeroth by decades. And now it was over. Ended not with a triumphant last stand, but with a small skirmish and a wall the Army of the Light could not breach. Turallion wearily walked deep into the Xenadar to find Zira. He would tell her of his failure, and he would hear nothing in return. She had foretold that the champions fighting on Azeroth were the only hope of defeating the Burning Legion. Her mind was utterly focused on helping them fend off the invasion. That hurt Turallion, perhaps more than anything. She had known that he would fail, and she had not tried to help him overcome that fate. Last, he hoped she would succeed. Until she did, he could do nothing. The apprentice Inquisitor floated above his dais, looming over Alleria as the bonds of fell magic sent needles of pain shooting through her mind.
Tell me how to find the Xenadar, or you will suffer for all eternity.
The Burning Legion had shown such creativity in its torments when Alleria first arrived on Niskara. The demons were expert interrogators, capable of inventive ways of cracking open defiant wills. There had been moments when she had genuinely feared she might succumb to the agony, or, at the very least, let slip that she had wanted to be brought to this prison. But this was downright lazy. It was hard to conceal her contempt. The High Inquisitor had talent for his craft. This apprentice had no imagination. The Inquisitor held out his hand. Long, taloned fingers unfurled to reveal a small, polished black crystal in his palm. Alleria had seen its like before. It was a soul stone.
This is a gift from Kil'jaeden. It will be a reward to someone you met 1,000 years ago. Do you understand me, Windrunner? If you do not obey, your soul will belong to that demon forever.
As a bauble around its neck.
Alleria muttered.
I see you understand perfectly. But maybe that's what you want. When it arrives, your soul and your lovers will be reunited, screaming together in agony until the stars are dust.
He clasped his hands in mock adoration.
How romantic that will be.
Alleria did not respond. The Inquisitor sighed with disappointment.
Do you need more convincing first? Very well.
He waved a hand, and the bonds of Fel disappeared. She fell to the ground, feigning exhaustion. He slowly walked toward her, conjuring some new torment he would never get a chance to use. She took a deep breath.
Time to settle our bargain, Locust Walker,
she said. Alleria shoved herself to her feet. She had no physical weapons. The Inquisitors had blocked her from the light. But the Legion, as cunning as it was, had not imagined that a warrior of the Army of the Light had embraced the shadow. Dark power surged through her veins. The voices of the void returned to her, giddy and raving. She followed the Locust Walker's lesson. One hand reached toward the Inquisitor, the other toward the Locust Walker's cage. Both exploded into fragments. The demon did not even have time to scream. Alaria waited, listening. There was no alarm, no cries of anger. The Inquisitor had been so confident that he had not brought guards, nor had he summoned any guardian eyes. None had witnessed this. The Locust Walker emerged.
That is typically one of the biggest weaknesses of villains in WoW. It's just like they're so overconfident. Nah, man, you can't do shit. I'm gonna send one guy, and then we ice that one guy, and then they're like, "Oh, I didn't have two guys. I guess you win."
He was an ethereal, a creature of pure energy. When he was captured, his wrappings had been destroyed. His form was a mass of irregular power.
Well struck, Alaria. I've had worse students.
She looked around. Briefly, she considered searching for her bow, but she knew she did not have time. The Inquisitor's absence would be noticed before long.
We need to go.
Yes, we do.
Shadow magic flowed from him. A portal ripped open the air in front of them.
I need to recover. You need to train. I know where we can do both.
Alaria hesitated. She knelt next to the Inquisitor's remains. The ethereal shivered with impatience.
What are you waiting for?
She held up the soul stone.
This one was meant for me. I fear there is another, meant for someone I care about very much.
The ethereal's words held no pity.
Our bargain does not require me to wait until you are ready. Decide which is more important. Now.
Alaria locked a furious stare on him, but there was no decision to make.
He is hiding in the Twisting River. I do not know how to find him.
You will, if he's still alive when you're done.
Then let us go.
She stepped
Antonio Banderas sounding ass.
The skies of Niskara vanished. In their place was nothing. No sound, no wind, no ground. Nothing but an oppressive silence. Only the glow of the ethereal provided any light at all. Alaria floated freely.
Until you learn how to survive here, it is best that you do not attract too much attention. Welcome to the Void, Alaria Windrunner.
Where do we begin?
Shall we start with more killing? No, that comes naturally to you. Perhaps something more fundamental.
He pulsed, and shadow began to writhe in front of him.
Let's talk about maintaining your sanity. The Void will do everything it can to shatter your will.
That sounds like a problem.
Quite.
Wake up, Duralian. Wake up.
Turalian opened his eyes. There was a sharp pain in his chest. He ignored it and sat up.
What's wrong?
The Thraxian was standing in the hallway.
I found a dead body. What? Down at the bottom of the Xenadar. It's a woman, Duralian. I'm sorry,
he said. Turalian jumped to his feet.
Tell me it isn't her.
The Thraxian said nothing, and that was answer enough. His expression was filled with sorrow. Turalian's heart sank.
Take me there.
They set off immediately, heading deeper into the vessel.
This is a nightmare, isn't it?
Turalian tried to keep a firm grip on his emotions, but his thoughts were a maelstrom whirling in his head. It had been centuries since he had last seen Alaria. He had mourned her. He had believed her to be lost forever. But this new pain in his chest pulsed with each heartbeat. Light help him. Maybe he had sensed her death. Maybe... No. Turalian drew himself up. Now was not the time for grief. Not until he knew for certain. How could her body be here in the Xenadar? They arrived at the vessel's Hall of Crystals, the place from where the Xenadar's power flowed. None of the artificers were at their stations. With the ship in hiding, there was no need for them to maintain a constant presence. Lithraxian led Turalyon into the back corner.
Over there, High Exarch.
Behind
That's not okay. I'm thinking that that's a fake Thoraxian, and it's another shape-shifting enemy guy. Heading to be him to fuck with him. I'm guessing.
Obscured by shadows, Turalyon saw a body.
No.
He breathed. He rushed over and kneeled, reaching out to her. His breath caught. It wasn't Alaria.
Yeah.
It wasn't a woman. It wasn't even a corpse. Lying on the floor was Lithraxian. His chest was moving. His eyes were wide. Words hissed out between motionless lips.
Behind you.
Turalyon rose to his feet, turning. He opened himself to the light, inviting its thunderous power down as righteous judgment upon the imposter who... The pain in his chest flared, stabbing deep into his soul. Turalyon couldn't move. The light slipped from his grasp. He couldn't even say a word. He could barely think. He teetered, tilted, and then collapsed onto the floor, unable to twitch. The creature, who looked like Lithraxian, sauntered over to him, grinning.
I told you we would meet again, human.
It's the same guy.
Dispelled its disguise. The Eredar assassin from Draenor leaned in close, showing Turalyon its dagger. There was a small drop of red blood on it, mixed with vile poisons that smoked and sparked.
I could have ended this while you slept, High Exarch. But then I thought, preserving your soul will take time, and I will need a quiet place to finish the job.
The Eredar turned toward Lithraxian.
And then I realized how pleased Kil'jaeden will be to see you again, traitor.
Lithraxian was beginning to move. The poison must have been wearing off.
Light will burn you.
The assassin buried the dagger in Lithraxian's forearm, and the Nathrazim went still.
Don't worry. You will live. You will witness your High Exarch, one of the bright lights of Azeroth, becoming my prize trophy.
The Eredar held a small black soul stone between two fingers, showing it to both of them. Then it turned back to Turalyon.
I want you to know that Alaria Windrunner is alive. The Burning Legion has her in a cage. Once I have collected your soul, I will collect hers. You will be together forever, with me, just as I promised. In every moment, you will feel her suffering, as keenly as your own.
The soul stone floated into the air above Turalyon. He summoned every ounce of his will to resist the poison that had rendered him helpless. He tried to fight. He tried to scream. He tried to wield the light. He tried to call out to Zira. Not a sound emerged. Not a finger moved. The assassin began its work with a chuckle.
The shadow will heal your scars. The shadow will show you your destiny.
So yeah, again, what I was talking about here. Bad guy. I could win right now, but I think I'm gonna fuck around a little bit. It's like, bro.
Alaria was not amused.
Stay out of my memories.
Laughter filled the air around her.
I couldn't, even if I tried. I will know everything about you when this is done. Does that inspire second thoughts?
No.
Then let us begin. You have been a remarkable student thus far, Alaria Windrunner. But you have barely touched the shadow. To truly understand your destiny, you must become one with it.
The ethereal's power pulsed softly.
And that is where the danger lies. You see the void as an enemy. It sees you the same way. For now. Its very nature is hostile to what you know as life and sanity.
The blackness around them seemed to shift.
But without the shadow, you would have never been alive at all.
The darkness touched Alaria. The voices she had learned to ignore became loud. So loud. Alaria couldn't push them away. She couldn't resist them. But the Locust Walker kept speaking, guiding her through the storm.
You already understand one truth, Alaria. The light is blind. It cannot see the whole of destiny, because it alone is not responsible for it. Your path was shrouded by shadow, and thus it was hidden from the light.
The strength of his words gave her an anchor to cling to, as the torrents of darkness tossed her about.
Now understand another truth. The shadow is just as blind. It saw your fate intertwining with its own, and it rejoiced. But it too sees only a fragment of destiny. But that fragment is unlike anything you've known before.
Alaria began to see visions. Terrible, terrible visions.
I'm not going vocal because I'm being non-verbal because I'm trying to concentrate on the game and also hear what's happening in the audiobooks. I hope you guys don't.
Like a ravenous predator, she saw it touch the minds of Azeroth's mortals, a touch that corrupted them forever. She saw generations live and die in invisible chains, bound to a force that granted them fleeting moments of peace in exchange for absolute obedience. She saw war. She saw the forces of the light striking back against the void. She saw darkened worlds burning in holy fire. She saw millions of creatures encased in luminous crystals the size of mountains, sustained by the light and unable to die.
Oh.
Warriors of the light
Yeah, that's kind of fucked.
monsters, corrupting and consuming everything they touched. On and on and on it went, until she could not even comprehend it all.
Lies.
She whispered.
These are all lies.
Sear that into your heart.
The Locust Walker said.
Know that, and never forget it.
I do not... What?
The Locust Walker kept her firmly afloat.
You have known the Shadow as nothing but horrors. The Shadow sees the light in the same way. Neither viewpoint is true. Neither is wrong.
The roar of the void nearly drowned him out. The masters of the void were clawing at her mind. She barely fought them off.
The light seeks one path and shuns all others as lies. The shadow seeks every possible path and sees them all as truth.
More visions, possible futures. She saw Zira, the mother of light, declaring her a heretic and calling for her death. She saw her blood on Turalian's sword. She saw Arator calling an army of paladins to hunt her down, only to fall with her arrows in his throat. She saw herself kneeling before the one who slumbers beneath Azeroth's waves. She saw herself killing it and taking its place, leading a throng of horrors to consume every nation.
Oh.
As she swam in the shadow.
Wait, so she had a vision of herself becoming the avatar of the old god? That's the one that fucking Zalatath was working with briefly. Holy, what? No, that couldn't have been planned that far back. No. Wait, is that gonna be in one of those alternate timeline it's gonna be fun to see Frex look at this stuff and be like, what the fuck? And then I had to be like, yeah, this is just a maybe. This is like a what if.
All these visions seemed true at first. Slowly, she began to see the difference between the Shadow's memories, the Shadow's plans, and the Shadow's desires. And from that, destiny. She saw what the light could not. She saw what even the shadow could not because, yes, it was just as blind. She saw terrible choices. She saw noble betrayals. She saw victory in a way she could scarcely comprehend. And among all of that, she saw countless events that would never happen. The lies of the Void were strong, intoxicating, but they quickly collapsed. Perhaps one day she would fall to madness. Perhaps one day she would betray her allies. She was capable of it. But she would never, not in any possibility, not in any circumstance, harm her son. She would never lift a finger against Arator. Even if he killed her for what she had become, she would accept it gladly. The weight of that truth kept her afloat. And she could feel the shadow's confusion.
So some people are thinking that he might turn evil if Arator dies. Because Arator, not Rallian or her sisters or anything, like her son is what's keeping her kind of like anchored to not going full dark side. So if her son dies, say, in the events of the Shadowfall, or whatever that one's called, Nightfall, I can't remember. Then she wouldn't really have anything to think of to center herself and would just, like, probably go super Sith.
It did not understand the bonds between mortals. It did not understand that there were some things that could not be corrupted. Another truth emerged. This was happening too soon. She was swimming in the shadow before her destiny demanded it.
You are ready, Elaria. Every ounce of power out there will be at your command. Dive deeply into it. Your mind will yet be your own.
She was indeed ready, but it was not yet time. She had witnessed herself jumping from a cliff, peacefully surrendering to the long fall. When the time came, there would be no choice and no alternative. Now, she could still escape, and her destiny demanded that she must. Elaria tried to make sense of it all. She searched the Void's knowledge for answers. When none came, she instinctively reached out for the light. The two forces collided in a blinding jolt of pain. But she glimpsed a truth. Turallion screaming silently as his soul was ripped from his body. That was neither the past nor the future. It was happening now. She knew it.
Let me out! Let me out!
We are not done, Elaria. No matter how terrifying it seems, you must.
Elaria lashed out. All of the dark power filling her slammed into the Locust Walker. With a roar of surprise, he let go of her mind. Gasping, she flung the shadow away. She was free again, floating in the darkness. The Locust Walker loomed in front of her, furious.
Coward! I should have expected no less from a mortal.
He was gathering power, intending to strike back at her. Elaria ignored him. She pulled out the soul stone she had taken from the Inquisitor on Niskara. The black crystal was now glowing green.
I knew it. Light, help me. I knew it was real.
The Locust Walker paused.
What did you see?
Turallion is about to die.
The ethereal snatched up the stone and studied it carefully. His power delved into it, and he laughed.
You have made a very determined enemy, Windrunner.
She wasn't sure if he was talking about the assassin or himself.
The Void will use your love against you. You understand that, yes?
Turallion may die one day, but he cannot die this day, or I am lost.
The ethereal shimmered.
Remember what I said about truth and lies.
That truth did not come from the Void. That truth was changing the Void.
He stared into the soul stone again.
Interesting. You may have a unique destiny, Elaria Windrunner.
Go to him. I've taught you how.
He returned the soul stone to her. Alaria hesitated.
I do not know where the Zenadar is.
Yes, you do. You hold its location in your hand.
It took her a moment to understand. She could see the Eradar's work in this stone because the two stones were linked. The assassin had intended to have them together around its neck. She didn't need to know where the Eradar was because she knew where the other stone was. She looked back at the Locust Walker.
The magic of love.
The bargain is ended, then.
Oh, I believe we will meet again.
He mused. She reached through the soul stone, used what the Locust Walker had taught her. The portal to the Zenadar opened instantly. The light could not save Turalyon. He had accepted that, but the light could still offer him comfort. Without it, Turalyon would have been exposed to the full, raw agony of having his soul stripped away piece by piece. He kept his eyes closed, not wanting to see his own spirit leaving his body. Even so, the pain was nearly unbearable.
The light shine upon us all.
He tried to say. The sounds of the assassin's spells filled his ears. He did not know if the words escaped his mouth. He kept praying anyway.
Let evil flee before righteousness. Let the innocent live in peace. Let the day come when none need fear. For that day, I give my life gladly.
His tormentor must
What a
have heard him.
himbo paladin.
I wonder how many years
Love
it will
him.
be before you beg me for mercy, knowing that I will not grant you even a moment of it.
Turalyon felt a breath of cold wind cross his face. It smelled of nothing, as though it had never before touched anything that lived. And then he heard a scream.
What a good demon death scream. That guy's so Weasley. That's how he should sound as he dies.
Finally giving in to the pain. It wasn't. It was the assassin.
How are you here?
You were right. We were destined to meet again.
Turalyon opened his eyes. It was her, Alaria, wreathed in darkness. He did not feel the light within her. The assassin shrieked, brandishing a dagger. The demon leapt at her, slashing for her throat. She did not even lift a hand. Inky black smoke coalesced in midair, forming a curved spike. It slammed into the assassin's chest. Turalyon saw the tip of the smoke appear out of the creature's back, spraying blood. The Eradar fell to its knees, eyes wide, mouth moving soundlessly. Alaria stepped forward.
Our souls as baubles around your neck. Is that the fate you saw? I have seen another.
Now she lifted her hands. Dark magic gathered between them. The assassin, bug-eyed and panting, simply vanished.
I'm gonna ignore this guy.
Reality folded in upon the demon, and it was gone. Alaria knelt next to Turalyon, staring at the soul stone hovering above his head.
I cannot fix this. Not on my own.
She turned to Lathraxian.
I can sense the poison in your veins. I am sorry. This will hurt.
She curled her fingers. Lathraxian convulsed, screaming. Turalyon could see foul green smoke trailing beneath the Nathrazim's claws. Blood and sizzling liquid dripped to the floor. She was ripping the poison out of his body through his skin. All at once, it was done, and Lathraxian could move again. He was on his feet in an instant, breath ragged.
Alaria, what happened to you?
Save Turalyon, please. I need to finish this. That demon threatened my son.
The creature
What up, Shrooms Spew?
ran and ran and ran, sliding between realms, dancing between the twisting nether and the void. It ripped Alaria's spike free from its chest. The weapon dissolved into nothing. The Eridar was gasping in pain. Each step came with a chant.
Have to get away. Have to get away. Have to get away.
The demon had gone by many names in its life. Now it answered only to the task Kil'jaeden had given it. Eradication. Bred from birth to ascend above its brethren. Molded from age to age. Shaped, tormented. The demon's skills had been enhanced. Even the other Eridar feared it. And why wouldn't they? It could hide between dimensions. It could shift appearances on a whim. It could spot those whose fates threatened the Burning Legion. Then it had been killed. On Draenor. By her. Kil'jaeden had punished it. And then he had made the demon more powerful than ever. The process had taken centuries. And now it had pleased Kil'jaeden for the Eridar to kill him, Turalyon. And after him, it had been promised her. It had been given the means to preserve them and torment them forevermore. But she had escaped. And she had changed. She knew the ways of oblivion. She knew how to command the final death.
Have to get away. Have to get away. Have to...
Dark matter wrapped around its neck. The demon screamed as it was yanked from its dance and pulled back onto the Xenadar, back into the twisting nether. The Eridar was on its feet in a second, hissing through its fanged teeth. Its daggers whirled
There you go.
in both
Get out of
hands,
here.
and it sliced away the bonds of shadow. With a desperate laugh, it hurled its poison blades at the woman. She
Good
had
enough.
pulled it here, to the one place where it could die, and the blades stopped in midair. She stepped past them.
Kil'jaeden, save me!
Is he watching?
Alaria walked forward, closing the distance.
Are you a favorite pet of his?
The demon conjured more daggers, howling with fear. They all vanished before they could hit her. She kept walking toward it, step after step after step.
Going
Another
Terminator
spike
mama.
slammed into its left shoulder. Its right arm continued to throw daggers. The Eridar could think of nothing else to do.
Save me!
It cried again. Another spike. The demon's other arm went limp.
I know what you fear.
She said.
I know what the Burning Legion fears. I know what drove your masters to their terrible crusade.
The Eridar could feel Kil'jaeden's disappointment. He had heard its cries and ignored them. And then she was standing before it. The demon fell to its knees. It couldn't even lift its arms to beg for mercy. All it could do was wheeze out its last prayer.
Please. Please. Please.
She knelt in front of it, meeting its gaze. All hope died with her words.
You promised to kill my son.
Her dagger slipped easily into its throat. The demon made not a sound. It just stared at her with unblinking eyes as its life drained away.
This is an easy end,
she said softly.
I could have given you to the Masters of the Void, but they might have turned you, and I would be done with this.
Behind her, on the other end of the hall, were Turalyon and Lothraxion, watching. The demon saw astonishment in their eyes. It saw fear. Then it all faded away. It was a relief. Turalyon hurt. His entire body ached. It wasn't only physical pain. His thoughts, his very soul pulsed with agony. But he had survived. The Soul Stone lay motionless on the ground, inert, nothing but a trophy now. Lothraxion helped him to his feet. Alaria was returning. It was a long walk across the crystal hall. He watched her every step, mind numb, barely...
So they make a brief point in this story that I think a lot of people don't know. But like, yeah, the Burning Legion is kind of super terrified of the Void. Because in the Void, they can actually die. And the Void Lords can infest the minds of literally anything that includes demons. So Sargeras formed the Burning Legion to try to destroy the Void Lords because he went insane with what the Legion showed him of the Void. And then he became their greatest general. And then she was like, yeah, you're scared of this, ain't you? And then the guy's like, fuck yeah! And then he tries to run away, and then she kills him. So it's like, she knows that she's working for the greater evil, but also, like, she thinks that her understanding of the Void will help her defeat. Which is that slippery slope where she could go either way.
Able to think. She stopped in front of him. She looked exhausted.
It is good to see you again,
she said. He wanted to tell her the same. He wanted to tell her that he loved her and that nothing would ever change that. It would have been true, but he couldn't find the words. Not yet. She seemed to understand.
My destiny does not end with the light. It ends in darkness. I have known that for a long, long time.
She met his gaze without blinking.
And if I do not follow that path, I put you, Arator, and all of Azeroth at risk. Please believe me.
Lithraxian spoke up.
I have known darkness, Valeria. I have seen lost creatures. You are not one of them. You have not crossed the threshold.
Attaboy.
One day,
she said simply. The Nathrazim scoffed.
In the Legion's name, I did countless things that cannot be forgiven. I committed genocide over and over and over again. The light redeemed me nonetheless. I will not give up on you, Valeria Windrunner. Not that easily.
Turalian studied
what a bro!
her face. He knew her too well. She appreciated what Lithraxian was saying, but she didn't believe it.
Valeria, go. Leave.
Pain flashed across her eyes.
No.
I wish you could stay.
Turalian's words held no anger, only agonizing truth.
Zira will not allow that. She will... You have to leave, Valeria, while you still can. You don't know what she will do.
I know precisely what she will do. And I know what will come after that.
A great and terrible presence filled the hall. Turalian felt holy wrath coalescing around Valeria. He stepped next to her.
Zira, please.
He said.
Show mercy.
I warned her what would happen if she tolerated the shadow. And now, she would defile this place.
Lithraxian knelt before the whirling power of the Mother of Light.
Hear my words. Lady Valeria Windrunner came back to save us, knowing that she would not be accepted here. Courage, honor, selflessness. These virtues still reside in her heart.
Virtues count for nothing if you stray from the path the light has chosen for you.
And yet,
racist.
Despite her anger, Zira hesitated. Turalian opened his mind to her, letting her see his doubts, anguish, and resolve.
I beg you, Zira, do not harm her.
Zira's merciless regard examined his soul, and then turned back to the woman he loved.
Valeria Windrunner, will you renounce the void and pledge obedience to the light?
No.
Valeria spoke without fear.
I will fight the Burning Legion until it is dust. Answer my question. We walk different paths, but we are not enemies. I have seen it. I will join the army of the light in the final battle against the Legion. And together, we will bring the demons down. No, Valeria. You will not. You will remain here, imprisoned, until you accept the path of righteousness once again. I will not allow you to take what I have foreseen. Do what
Hilaria did not resist, even as members of the Army of the Light led her away to be imprisoned elsewhere in the Xenadar. Turalyon watched her go. She looked back at him with a reassuring smile. Lithraxion waited there with him.
She will come back. Do not lose faith.
I still trust in the Light's purpose. But I still trust Hilaria. I trust her as much as I ever have.
He looked at Lithraxion.
Does that make me a fool?
If so, then we're both fools, brother.
Turalyon sat down as healers came to tend his wounds. He scarcely noticed them. His thoughts were aflame. His destiny was shrouded. He could not see what would happen. But there was a refuge from his turmoil, a calm center. No matter what happened, he would always trust her. He would always fight for her. And she would do the same for him. He was certain of it. That gave him peace.
That's our paladin dad! That's our paladin dad! Love him. A good guy. Love Trout. Oh, well, that was pretty much perfect timing. We did our 2 delves that we needed to do. It's a little bit after 8. Had about a 4-hour, 20-minute stream. All that good. Let's go right over to Bowser if we want to continue the WoW train. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be starting a little bit later because I'll have to be at the office. And we'll figure out what we want to do. I might do... Tomorrow is going to be maintenance day for Steve. Not going to probably want to jump in on the changes for Monster Hunter. That's usually safe for a Wednesday. Maybe we'll do Super Mario Mon. Maybe we'll do something new. See how the vibe goes. Thanks everybody for hanging out. I appreciate you. I know this is a bit of a not being as chatty stream because we were listening to the lore, but I hope you all enjoyed that. I know I did. And I will see whoever wants to swing by tomorrow. And if I don't, see you tomorrow. I hope you have a wonderful day. Take care, everybody. Have a good night. Do something nice for yourselves. Take care of each other. Bye-bye.